Testing, testing, testing. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Oh my God. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I just realized I need to make popsicles out of this drink I'm drinking. Yo, wouldn't that be a vibe for summer? To make popsicles. All right, hello, hello. Oh my gosh. Bum, 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 da da da. Da da da. Da da da. Ba da 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 da. Dun 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 dun. Okay, hello, hello. Hair so fluffy. You better work, Brittany. You know, girl, I've been using this leave-in conditioner I don't love. It's like an argan oil leave-in conditioner, and I feel like it just weighs the fuck on my hair. Like I just feel like this I freshly I washed my hair. So it's like definitely better today. But this argan oil I've been using, it's too heavy. I need to go back to I had this amazing leave-in conditioner. I need to go back to it. I think it's John Frieda. I don't remember, but I need to go. Oh no, it's a Croatian brand. I need to go back to it because the one I'm using right now, I don't like it. It's so on my curls. It's like I don't like how heavy it is. Da 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 dun. Bum bum. Ooh, Hannah says my hair hates argan oil. It just make it too heavy, and I was like annoyed. I just like it makes it feel really greasy too. Like I don't like it. So once I'm done with this bottle, I'm going back to my old stuff. All right, today we're talking to Layman in about 20-ish minutes. We're gonna have that conversation. I don't know if you guys remember, but Layman was on a panel with me for WIC. So cheers to that. We were talking about Sydney Sweeney. Not Sweeney Todd. Sydney Sweeney. And so we're going to talk to Layman today. It should be tons of fun. Why is my keyboard being gay? Hello? Ma'am? Okay, I need to say something that will make no sense unless you are the people who will get it. You know how Raven-Symoné is having beef with her audience about her wife? Okay, hear me out. You know how everyone was like, you watch Xenon? Is that how you say it? Do you remember the white girl from space on the Disney Channel? Okay, do y'all remember? And she came down to Earth, the space girl. Okay, we watched that movie a lot as kids, like over and over and over again. And if you put a gun to my head and said, is Raven-Symoné in that show? I would have been like, I don't remember. Not because I wouldn't know that now as an adult, and not because as a child, I did. The only thing I remember about that show is one of the guys and the main girl. And I don't even remember what the main girl looks like. Like, if you asked me to pick out the main girl in a magazine, I wouldn't know what she looked like. But I did not realize Raven-Symoné was in that show as a adult. And so for people to be like, how do you not know Raven is in this movie? Like, you've seen this movie. I don't know if people just think everyone's brain works like their brain, but I just wouldn't have known that. And I also wouldn't have known, again, I don't know what the main character looks like. Like, you know what I mean? It's like when you watch things, you think about it different. Your memory is so different. One time, I got in an argument with my dad, and he bet $500, which of course he didn't make me pay. When I was a little kid, I confused the actor who plays Hook with the actor who plays Barbossa in Pirates of the Caribbean when I was like a little kid. And I was like, that's the same person. He's like, no, one is Dustin Hoffman and one is, I don't know his name, the guy who plays Pirates of the Caribbean. I was like, that's the same person. He's like, that's not the same person. I was like, I'll bet you $500 it's the same person. He's like, oh, really? You want to take that bet? And I was like, yeah. And my dad is really good with faces and names. And I am not. Like, I will argue that I'm somewhat face blind, but also not really. Like, don't try to use it against me, bitch, okay? I'll stab you. But, like, also, so I was like, they're the same person. He's like, they're not the same person. And I was like, okay. And then I realized they're not the same person. And obviously, he didn't make me pay him $500. Okay, I was a kid. But it's like that, where I have that kind of brain where I'm like, that's the same person. And then, so Raven-Symoné's wife, like, don't get me wrong, them coming out with a video, super cringe, felt like a skit, totally weird. But also, I don't understand how people don't understand. Not everyone's brain works like your brain. Jeffrey Rush. Thank you, Alice. Jeffrey Rush. This narrative that, like, how do you not know Raven was in that movie? Girl, I don't even remember. Okay. Like, people really be out here judging people how they would judge themselves. Ma'am, if I judge people how I would judge myself, y'all would be going to hell. Okay? Ma'am. Crazy. Like, Raven's wife even says, like, I never said I didn't know who Raven was. I said I didn't watch her growing up, which is very different. Like, we watched That's So Raven. That was, like, a huge show growing up for us. Like, That's So Raven, that was our show. I loved when she would, like, change her outfit for school and, like, get dress coded. That was my favorite part. I was like, Raven's, like, making it her own. I'm a rebel. I loved that part of That's So Raven. That's what I remember from that show, is Raven would change her school outfits to, like, be against the dress code. That's the most significant thing I took from That's So Raven, because that's how I felt, right? But it's so interesting. Like, our brains don't work the same. Everyone is so uniquely different. So it's kind of fascinating, like, why people keep projecting onto other people, which I totally get. It's very common to assume everyone works the same. Like, even if you look at the way studies are done, you know, they're done with men. Like, even seatbelt studies, like, what is good for a seatbelt in terms of safety is done with male dummies. Like, we don't even understand how much of our data is so sexist, how much of our misunderstanding of people is so specific. One of my favorite Black TikTok doctors, whose name, of course, I don't know because I don't know anyone's name, but well, actually, there's two. There's a girl and there's a guy doctor. Both of them show you the differences of melanoma on brown skin and on white skin. And it is amazing because you don't think about it. Like, you don't think about the differences because you're thinking, oh, melanoma must look the same on everyone's skin. And nah. No, ma'am, it don't. And so there's something about that that's so important to remember. Is like, it's not the same. It doesn't look the same. You know? Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay, you see this curl right here, girl? This curl right here? I gotta stretch it out, girl. Thank you. Even melanoma, you would think, it looked different. Alice says, if people genuinely understood all brains were different, we could have amazing or make amazing breakthroughs. I think that's why I do love to categorize. It makes me feel so much better because even if you're wrong, you're closer to right. Like, it's amazing how people, I will have disagreements with people who will say, like, oh, this is this thing. I'm like, no, you're miscategorizing it because you're again assuming like ill intention or malice on the part of somebody that's doing something that's so culturally out of love. Like, people will literally observe different cultures and be like, oh, they're being malicious. No, dude, that's in their culture. That's how they show love. You're misunderstanding. And so you're assuming malice when it's love. And it's so interesting how people's brains just don't understand. Like, things are not universal the way you think they're universal, you know? But hey, it works for politics and it moves people in a direction and all that stuff. Like, I watched Asmin and Hassan talk about their difference of opinion on protesters. It was the most tame conversation. And look, I'm not fully done with it yet, so maybe there's like a big fight at the end. But what I've seen so far is like they basically agree on 99% of the shit and just disagree on one important part, which I think is an important deviation of difference. Like Hassan thinks the ends justify the means, and Asmin doesn't. And I agree more with Asmin for sure, because I don't think the ends justify the means. But I understand like why they're just agreeing to disagree. Like they're having the most normal civil fucking conversation I've ever seen. And the way it was presented, the way people are talking about it in comments was like, holy fuck, oh my god, whoa. And I'm like, you don't have to make it dramatic, bro. It doesn't have to be drama to be interesting. It was still a good conversation, you know? Izzy says medical textbooks are only now incorporating how skin disorders present on black skin. Let's go. That's what we've accomplished so much as a species, and yet we are so far from even reaching our potential. And I'm stoked for that potential to be just discovered. But we're not even close, you know? It's so like the things we're just now starting to do. You know? Amazing. Even little things like that, you know? Oof, girl. Oh, my phone's going off to remind me that I have a collaboration. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Let me check in with Layman right now. Oh, God, my allergies, bro. Hey, boo. Okay. Woo. My allergies. Oh no, Alice says I joined Patreon, but I joined with Discord with my old wrong Discord account. You can re-sign in, girl. Re-sign in. Do it again. Re-sign in, girl. Oh, Lord, save me from my own face. Save me from my own face. Dun, da, da. Izzy says Middle Eastern people have been screwed over for years with a lack of medical research because we are classified as white. It's crazy how behind we are. You know. Who is Layman? Gayman? Fishy. Layman was on a panel I was on with Wick about Sydney Sweeney. So we're gonna talk to him. He's interesting. I'm gonna ask him who he is and like how he, you know, what's the vibe, because I picked up some interesting tidbits about him during the panel, and I thought, oh, like he might be fun to talk to. Likes philosophy, likes ethics and morals, and likes to have discussion. So I was like, okay, maybe this could be a vibe. Maybe there could be a vibe. Maybe we could vibe with this. Maybe this could be a vibe. When I go to get him, though, I'm going to have to, like, close my camera. Because I need to switch it to Discord. Discord view. Da-da-da-da. Okay, just heads up, church announcements here. On the Discord tomorrow, we're doing Joseph Campbell, The Power of Myth, episode 3. If you guys haven't seen episode 1 or 2, that's okay. We can start off on episode 3, but either way, you can catch up on YouTube. It's free. We're going to have a discussion and review of Baby Reindeer if you guys are interested. Also, after the Joseph Campbell event. So Joseph Campbell first. Our events for that don't go too long, so we figure right after, take 30 minutes because we'll take a break. We'll jump into a review and dissection of Baby Reindeer, which we're excited about. 2-day process. I hear it's kind of emotionally heavy, so I didn't want to overwhelm anybody. So we're doing that in 2 days. And then Saturday, May 18th, Joseph Campbell once again. I also am going to post an event about values requested by the Discord. I tried to do events that are requested by the Discord. I used to spend a lot more time in the Discord outside of events, but I obviously can't do that because of my time zone. And also, I think it also adds like a professional barrier. I think I was, no offense, giving a little bit too much of my emotional labor time to people without some sort of structure. And I think that made people feel entitled to my time, which I realized was emotionally draining. So the reason I've been showing up on the Discord strictly for events was to put down that sort of barrier. But I have events like every weekend, basically, give or take, but I have those structured events for those reasons. I think sometimes people, like I said, they don't mean to do it. It's not on purpose, but they do get it into their heads that like there there becomes an inappropriateness. You know what I mean? Mariah says, who else got their church notebooks for these announcements? Bro, do you guys remember getting like announcements at the end of church? We'd read from the bulletin, and it was like such a vibe. It was like, oh, so exciting. And so now here we are doing my little announcements. It's so nostalgic. So nostalgic. So yeah, if you want to suggest events for the Discord, I'll definitely write them down. And then of course, I'll be having professionally taught yoga at the end of the month like usual. We'll do our Discord 101. Alice says Baby Reindeer was intense. Yeah, I heard it's really intense. It's about stalking, so get ready. But I'm excited to have a discussion on it. I think it'll be really interesting. You know, Sign says pre-watch Baby Reindeer with my mom, and it's so good, very dark. Excited to rewatch it again. Okay, I'm excited. It should be good. Oh no, Alice says I watched it in one sitting and I felt nauseous. Yeah, girl, I figured we would need a break. So yeah, I'm excited for the discussion. That's what I really want, is like us to have really interesting and nuanced discussions. But isn't that interesting? Like there really is like a genetic trauma response. There's like a things make you feel things, you know, music, shows. It's like, you know, you feel connected. I couldn't even finish Joker, like the Joker with Joaquin Phoenix. I mean, I wasn't loving it, to be fair. It's like too gross. Like, no offense, like that part of the population just feels something about it. It's not the part of the population, that's the wrong way to say it, but like the vibes of the movie. Like, I'm not okay. My life is sunshine and rainbows. Even when it was hard, it was like anime. You know what I mean? It wasn't like Joker just felt like the most like and I couldn't finish it. I just like no. Izzy says I like Dr. Honda's coverage of Baby Reindeer. I would love to see that. I can't wait to watch it. You know? I'm excited. Alice says Brittany throwing out the idea of radical honesty and radical acceptance hoodies. I mean, I'm down. I'll work on it. Kenny says I felt validated and heard during Brittany's stream about Amanda Seal's autism. I watered up a little. Honestly, bro, I have been watching like tons of TikToks about it in different perspectives. You know, it's so interesting. This is why I love categorization. I caught up with one of my brothers yesterday, and I was like, yo, if you were in a forest, bear or man? And he's like, oh, wait, I know this. Okay, obviously you're a girl, so you have to pick a bear reasonably. I was like, for sure. He goes, but I'm a guy, so I'm going to pick a guy. And I was like, yeah, why would I pick a bear though? Because I'm a girl? He's like, oh, because like you can clap. And this brother, for reference, is my animal brother. So he's worked with animals. He's trained animals. He has like an obsession with animals. All his YouTube recommended are like animal to people. Like he loves animals. And he like works with insects and like not for his like job, but like his hobby. And he did have a job dog training for a bit, but like his main obsession is like animals, and like that's his like hyper focus. So he was like, well, if you choose a bear, you have a high probability of being able to make noise or clap it away. You can't clap a man away. Like, what are you going to do? Shoo bear, shoo man. And the man's just going to look at you like you're fucking dumb and attack you anyways. But the bear might be able to actually like get spooked and like run away. And then of course you watch all these bear videos. You like see there's like 1 million bears and like 40 global deaths a year. You're like looking at people. You're like, okay, I might have a higher probability. But right away, I told my animal brother, I was like, for the record, men were upset about this. He's like, why? And I was like, well, they just feel like, what if I'm the man? And he was like, yeah, but you probably wouldn't be the man. It would probably be another man. You know what I mean? And so like he just didn't get it. Like he didn't get why would you, why? Like why? But it's okay. I'm not moralizing it. If you picked a man rather than a bear, that's also a good answer. And that's the thing, is like all of them are good answers. The issue is not understanding why someone would choose a bear. That's the issue, is not trying to even understand why somebody would come to that conclusion. I'm going to start putting down a hard boundary that if I see content creators and they want to collab, they have to be able to tell me my arguments back to me or have a conversation with me about it. But like literally, I cannot believe sometimes when I see people like not even be able to understand the argument. I'm like, am I the only one who's actually trying to figure out people's perspectives, or no? Because I watch philosophy YouTubers. We watch them. We know people are trying to figure it out. How could people not even be curious? Why would you choose a bear? Isn't that interesting? Like, where is your curiosity? Do you know what I mean? Like, aren't you curious? I felt this way about trans people like 15 years ago. When I talked to my parents about it, I was like, don't you think that's interesting that they don't feel good in their bodies? And my parents were like, no. And I was like, that's so interesting. You don't think it's, I think that's so interesting. But again, we don't always find the same thing as interesting. P.S. Animal Brother just went and hung out with alligators. So that's why we started talking, because he sent me a picture of him hanging out with alligators in Florida. And I was like, talk to me, bro. How was it? Anyways. Okay. Oh my gosh, my nose today. Do you think the allergy gods hate me? Do you think they just literally hate me? I think they hate my guts. Okay. Let me see if Lehman's ready. Are you ready? Are you ready to chitty chat? I'm gonna be right back. Okay, hold on, guys. I gotta disappear for a second. Oh my god, where did she go? Where did she go? Where did she go? Lehman!
Brittany!
Are you okay with the
Hello.
fact that they can hear you?
Huh?
They can hear you. Is that okay?
No, it's not okay. I don't want to talk for the whole stream.
Look, buddy,
You can talk to
okay?
yourself.
I'm gonna boomer for a second and slowly put us on screen. Hold on. It takes me like
All right.
so much longer than a normal person. Okay, here we go. We're on screen and here we
Have
go.
fun
Okay, they can
boomering.
see us. They can hear us.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Good. Oh, actually, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me switch this. Girl,
Okay.
I'm gonna move this here actually, and I'm gonna move this here so I can look at you more directly, even though it's not even really at you. It's at my camera.
Okay.
And I think we did it. Hold on, I'm gonna do this. Okay, everybody, his volume's good, right? I think his sound sounds amazing. Let me know if
Do you
you
think
need
my
me.
sound sounds amazing to the chat that I'm not reading and
Oh,
will not be reading?
don't read the chat. They're very distracting. They're like they're like harlots on a road lifting up their skirt to show you their leg. Don't get distracted by
Yeah,
chat.
I would never succumb to the temptations. So,
How are you today?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Good. Happy to speak to you. Excited to get to know you. I told my chat, that
Okay.
we had been on that panel together, but I heard you say so many things that I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting and that's interesting. So I'm excited to get into
Mhm.
it. Did you come
Okay.
with any expectations for today?
Fuck no. You were just like, want to come talk? I was like, all right. I do remote work. Like I work
Oh.
remotely from
Mm-hmm.
home.
Mm-hmm.
So I get like no social interaction through the week. Like I live alone right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so
How
I
does that
welcome
work
all
out?
the chats. How's it work out?
Like that
I mean,
do you like it? Do you hate it?
oh, I hate it.
Really? Mm.
Yeah, it's lonely and isolating. And I'm always tempted to like sit on the internet all the time and browse social media. And social media misrepresents how reality is to you all the
Mm.
time. And the
Mm-hmm.
algorithm is actively, it's like social media is like what the news cycle was for the boomers and the Gen Xers, where they were always like ready to lock in to the evening news, and the evening news was always there to like scare the shit out of you all the time. And social media is like the Zoomer version of that, except now there's like, but like add a ton of information overload to it, where instead of this organized structure of journalists presenting you the information, now it's journalists plus everybody else, and it's
True.
just this massive like clusterfuck version of that. So
Yeah, I
not
can
a
see that.
fan.
I remember I distinctly, because my parents grew up, my whole life was politics and the news and philosophy discussions with my family. And so we watch the news every evening. They still do. 8
Mm.
p.m. That's my mom and dad's time. Everybody, news time. We sit down, we watch the news, we dissect, we have a conversation. And I do remember it going from like this evening news to the 24-hour cycle to this like back and forth. And it's just so interesting how it's changed. And even my parents take like breaks because they
Yeah.
notice themselves like shifting based off who they've been. I can always tell when they've been watching someone different. I'm like, oh, who you've been listening to. I can tell you've been listening to even me. You can almost tell like what book I just read or like who I just watched because I'll start talking like them and I'm like, man, it's almost hard
You're in the
not to.
zone, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I pick on I pick up on mannerisms very easily. I find but I don't really do it with like public like people in public life who are
Mhm.
just kind of themselves. I do it with like when I watch films. If there's a performance I really like, I'll find myself kind of subconsciously just like doing some of
Oh yeah.
the physicalities and the mannerisms of some people. I do it a lot with Ryan Gosling movies because, I mean,
Love
that's
him.
me,
Classic.
right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's me.
You are literally
Like,
Ryan.
that's me, man. I fucking man everybody watching this stream right now. There's this new movie I'm in called The Fall Guy. It comes out today. It's the first day it's out. I'm in that movie.
Like,
Go check it
are you
out.
making a joke now? I can't tell.
No, I'm not joking. I'm in that movie.
Why are you in that movie?
I'm starring in it.
What?
I'm
Is it a
I'm
Ryan?
starring
Is
in
it
the
a Ryan
movie.
Gosling movie?
Well, yeah, I'm in the movie.
Is that? So I'm too autistic for this conversation. What's happening? I'm taking you so literally right now. Wait, you were not in this movie. You were making a joke, right?
I'm in the movie.
Guys, help me. Chad, help me.
No, look it up. I'm in the movie.
Why are you in the movie? You're starring in it. Is it like an independent film movie?
Why am I in the movie? Dude,
Yeah.
I was paid to be in the movie. Why would I not take millions of dollars?
Okay, well now
to
I know
be
you're
in
kidding
the
because you just said you work
movie?
from home. Okay, this is a very long joke. I'm getting it now though. I'm in it. I got it. Okay,
Yeah,
so tell
I've
me.
milked it enough. Let's move on.
Okay, so tell me about this because you live in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you told me when we were on the panel, I said something like, "Oh, it sounds like you grew up as conservative as I did," but you actually didn't grow up conservative, right?
No. So my parents, my parents are pretty progressive.
Mm.
My dad's kind of like an edgy liberal.
Hmm.
Like he's one of those like, I'm gonna speak my fucking mind and I'm gonna tell it like it fucking is. And he really doesn't like conservatives. Like growing up, see, you talked about your parents. You would all have like a group discussion about the news and stuff. So when I was a kid growing up, I'd be sitting at the dinner table and my mom and dad are sitting there. I was an only child. And so, it's just us three. And then something comes on the news about what we haven't had a conservative government for a long time, but growing up, I grew up
Mm-hmm.
most of my childhood, there was a conservative government in power.
Mm-hmm.
So my dad was just always like, this fucking Stephen Harper, that was the prime minister at the time, this fucking Stephen Harper, piece of shit motherfucker. Look at this new thing he did. Look, he's against legalizing weed. He's against gay marriage. And he's just going through the list of stuff every night and just giving me the spiel. So, sitting there growing up, I'm just hearing all of the normal stuff that's like pretty normal positions now, but at the time was like more contentious growing up.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a lot of that. He's also very anti-religious. He does not like religion. Yeah, he would always he'd have like a couple drinks and he'd be like, yo, look at this video, son. And he would take me out. He would like chill in he has like a gazebo in the backyard and he'd have his little laptop and he'd be like, yo, look at this George Carlin guy making fun of Christians. Look at this fucking
classic
guy. This guy's a fucking genius. And he would just show me this shit. Like sometimes he would show me like the same clip like the next weekend because he forgot that he showed it to me the last
classic
week.
dad move, bro. Okay, tell me about that then, because like when I was on the panel with you, I think you said you're now religious.
Yeah, that's I don't want to get into that too much because it is kind of personal.
Sure.
But yeah, so yeah, I was like, because growing up, my dad like literally taught me like God's not real, like
yeah,
as you can probably predict.
Mm-hmm.
I think he had issues with me watching VeggieTales.
Oh my god, VeggieTales, VeggieTales is a classic, bro.
As an adult, VeggieTales goes
so
hard.
funny. It's
like,
so funny.
Like there's like the movies and stuff. Like they're actually good pieces of children's
they're so good.
art,
they're
right?
so
they're
good.
They're not propaganda, right? There's a lot of like Christian propaganda movies.
Oh yeah.
Those are not propaganda. They're just good.
They're just
on
good.
their own.
Oh yeah.
they're like, I put them in the same categories like Chronicles of Narnia,
Oh, for
where it's
sure.
not like explicitly Christian, but
Yeah.
like it's written by C.S. Lewis. There's
Mm-hmm.
obvious overtones to it. Yeah. So yeah, like I was basically told like God's not real one day, and then I was just like, huh, okay, God's not real. Whatever. I'm 6 years old. Okay. like
Interesting.
like we live in a godless world, and I'm 6 years old with my
God
fucking
is dead. They killed him.
I'm like a Nietzschean at 6 years old. And
Beautiful.
so yeah. And and then I think I started to, and then when I was like in middle school, when I was like 13, I got really into the Richard Dawkins, what's his name?
Like Sam
Christopher
Harris, Christopher
Hitchens.
Hitchens. Yeah.
I didn't follow Sam Harris. I didn't know who he
Mm.
was till I was an adult. It was just
Oh,
Dawkins and Hitchens. And
sure.
then I used to watch Carlin's like stand-up rants a
Sure.
lot, and there was this one interview with Russell Brand where he interviewed the Westboro Baptist Church, like two Westboro Baptist Church guys. That interview was so entertaining. I still love that interview today, actually, because Russell Brand's a Catholic,
Yeah.
and when he was criticizing them in a very different way. He wasn't criticizing them from like this like edgy atheist POV. He was criticizing them from like, I don't think you guys are biblical,
I'm confused.
And
Is Russell, like, I know he prays the rosary because my mom recently told me that, but I also heard he's recently getting baptized as a Christian. And so then I got very confused, about that process. How do you think about Candace Owens and Russell and all these people coming back to like religion, or going to religion, I should say?
well, I think Candace Owens, it comes off very grifty.
Yeah.
I don't like Candace Owens.
Same.
I detest Candace. Well, you don't have to, I could figure that from you. But me, who's clearly ideologically different than you in many ways, it's probably not that surprising. It might not be as surprising coming from me. But I don't like Candace Owens because there's just she's changed ideology so much so
Mm,
fast. I can't really gauge any principles from her, because I
true.
find that when she adopts a worldview, because she used to be like a kind of like a Democrat kind of liberal person, like early 2010s, before she was known in this part of the internet and stuff, and she didn't have like a natural transition to conservatism, and now she's doing this weird like dissident populist stuff, and I don't like the dissident populist stuff. I find that it's just like reflexively whatever is popular is wrong, but then they don't think about it past that. They're
Yeah.
just like, well, oh, it's popular. Like Candace right now is on this like anti-Israel arc, and I can tell that she just hasn't thought about it that much. She's just kind of like, oh, that's a popular thing to
Mm-hmm.
support. I'm going to find ways to be against that. And then she'll like go on Twitter and she'll be like, have you ever considered that the brown shirts in N-word Germany in the 1940s, have you ever considered that maybe they were burning like the bad books? I never thought about that before. And it's just
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
you haven't thought about this shit for like 2 seconds. So,
Well, you know what
yeah.
I find frustrating is that I saw a bunch of like pro-Palestinian people be like, "Am I agreeing with Candace Owens?" I was like, "No." Cuz listen to her arguments. They're not even the same as your arguments. Like you don't like Israel for two completely different reasons. And
Yeah,
what I like
dissident right-wing people and dissident left-wing people are, yeah, because dissidently left-wing people who are like pro-Palestine, they're
mm,
usually like coming at it from this like kind of like Israel's the oppressor, the Palestinians are oppressed, and we need like the violence to stop. They need to stop oppressing the Palestinians. And then like the dissident right-wingers I don't think that, like, they're not like pro-Palestine really.
no,
They're
it's
just
not
like
like they're pro-Palestine, right?
they just don't like Israel, right?
Right. It's like a completely
That's the
different
difference.
why. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, moving off of her though, Russell Brand, it seems pretty genuine. I think Russell Brand I've been following him for a very long time. I think he's pretty genuine with it. He seems to, because Russell Brand's like a left-wing populist.
Mm.
Not a lot of people know this about him because he does the kind of like anti-woke stuff sometimes, but he identifies as an anarcho-syndicalist. I remember when I used to watch Jordan Peterson all the time back in 2018, and they had like a conversation with each other, and they were disagreeing for like most of the conversation. And Russell Brand, I was like, oh wow, this guy's really left-wing. So he's like this, he's kind of he does have this like hippie, like kind of spiritual Christianity to him. And I think he's been like that for a long time.
Sure.
And I think the Catholicism is just, the next evolution of it. It seems very natural to me with him. So yeah, it depends. I mean, people come to faith in all kinds of different ways, and I can't speak to what's in people's hearts. So, but yeah, with me, like being 13, new atheist, going all the way back to that, I guess. After the next step after that was I was just generic anti-religious guy. And I'm not going to get into this too deeply, but
Whatever you're comfortable
I
with.
got yeah, I got lost in the woods when I was 17. Only for 2 hours. It wasn't like I wasn't like literally dying. Like I wasn't like fighting bears like fucking The Revenant,
Okay,
But
sure.
I was I'm out of focus. Sorry, one sec. There we go. Yeah, it was only for it was only for like 2-3 hours, but I was like very anxious. I had like undiagnosed mental health issues at this time in my life,
Mhm.
and I thought that I was going to die. And then something happened that I'm not going to say what happened,
Mhm.
that motivated me in a way to find my way out of that situation in a particular way. And I wasn't like religious after that. I didn't like identify as like believing God or anything after that. But I wasn't an atheist anymore after that. I was like a kind of like agnostic, kind of like spiritual agnostic after that. Then when I was 19, I kind of just stopped thinking about religion, period. And then I had a whole whack of negative experiences happen to me that led me to feel what I can only describe as kind of a sober, like ego death experience. I had this like sober ego death experience where I was just like fundamentally reshaping who I am and figuring out what I value and all this stuff because I didn't really have a good idea of that. I was like 23 at this time.
Mhm.
And then I started to get into what's called perennial philosophy, perennialism. And perennialism is the idea that, and I got into it through secular perennialists. There are religious perennialists too, but I got into it through secular ones initially and moved on to more theistic ones later. And perennialism is basically the idea that all of the sort of culturally defining, like established, like thousands of years they've survived kind of world religions, Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, like all these different religions, they obviously have like a lot of mutually exclusive ideas within them for sure. Like for the most part, they're mostly mutually exclusive worldviews, but there are like overlapping like values and beliefs within them that have sort of like stood the test of time and stood the test of cultures. And so because of that, they're called perennial traditions. They are everlasting. They're not relativistic to a particular time or a particular culture. They have always existed even before we could articulate what religions were. Like these things have always existed, and there's something divine about that, and there's something above ourselves about that. So then I was into that for a while, and I still believe in that. But then I just kind of over time I started to read a lot of N.T. Wright, and I started to read this guy called David Bentley Hart, he's a Christian perennialist. He's a little arrogant of a guy, but very smart guy. And all these kind of things that I thought were incompatible and scary and whatever about Christianity growing up in that kind of like very secular, hyper rationalist kind of like liberalism growing up, I was just like, okay, it seems like now that I have a better understanding of this, I don't really have these concerns anymore. And then I kind of wanted to so then from there, I was like, okay, like I'm a Christian now. Like I'm pretty sure I'm a Christian now. Christian perennialist. And I still am to this day a Christian perennialist. That's primarily what I would identify as. But then I was thinking, okay, well, what's a tradition that I can participate in? What's a tradition that I can do that can make me feel closer to God? And so I'm trying to go through going through Protestantism. So in my country, there's this does not exist in the U.S. It's called the United Church of Canada, and this is like a really progressive.
We have that in the U.S.
Do you?
No, I'm making a joke.
Okay.
Brittany humor right now. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, we have what's called the United Church of Canada. This is like a super like woke church. This is like more woke than like any university campus, blue hair thing I could think of. Like the
Okay.
first day I step in, there's like the pamphlet. The pamphlet is like, the pastor of this church is educated in anti-colonial education and anti-race. I was like, holy shit, we are, whoa. So this is like the church that's like by my place. And I was like, okay, well, I don't think this is for me. Because I sat in a couple weeks ago, I decided to attend a service there. And I was like, okay. So there was like, they were going through like the Sermon on the Mount, and they were just tying this into like anti-capitalist shit, like just explicitly. And I was like, what? How are you getting this from the fucking, or no, not the Sermon on the Mount, I'm mixing up that S word with another S word, Samaritan, Story of the Good Samaritan.
Sure.
They were tying it into like some anti-capitalist shit throughout this whole sermon. I'm like, holy shit, this is like the left-wing church. Okay, this is not for me. I don't want politics. You can have political opinions as a pastor, but keep it like separate from the text. Like just establish like, this is just a conclusion I'm coming to.
Sure.
You know, like don't like make it seem like this is an intrinsic part of the text. Because Bible
so
doesn't prescribe policy positions.
Because I grew up Roman Catholic, and I've been to so much church in my life, and it's always political. They even tell you how to vote for people. Like this idea of separation of church and state is not my lived experience. Even recently, I go to church
true. Yes.
for my mom's Mother's Day if I'm in town. So last year I went to church for my mom, and I was sitting there, and after they literally told us what bill and how to vote and who's running, and I was like, this is so illegal. But like that was my whole life growing up in the church. So I don't think that's interesting.
Yeah, that's definitely not illegal here. We don't actually have a constitutional separation of church and state in Canada. It's actually one of the see, because all you guys, when you guys talk about Canada, right? Because right wingers don't care about other countries but America. It's always like the left wingers that are talking about Canada, like look how great Canada is, yeah. And whenever you guys are talking about Canada like that, it's always this like, yo, they got universal health care. Oh my God, they protect abortion rights. Oh my God, transgenders are safe here. It's a safe haven. And that's like all you guys say. So everybody thinks like, oh, Canada's like this really left-wing version of America. But that's not true at all. That's like one way that we're more right-wing than the US. It's like we don't separate church and state. It depends on the province, but
well, I think it's more honest a little bit, because obviously we have that and we still have it involved. So it's like I don't even know why we're pretending to separate church and state.
Well, my position is it's impossible because you have a worldview. Like that worldview is going to motivate the policies that the political philosophy you choose to apply to your governance.
Sure, finish your thought, but I have a thought about that. I want to pass by you.
Okay. So yeah, that's like, so in Ontario and Quebec, I know they have this. Can't speak for the other provinces, but we have like public schools that are Catholic schools.
Yeah. Oh.
Like specifically, because that's our traditional religion is Catholicism. That's another difference between Canada and the US. Is a big cultural difference is Catholicism is our traditional religion. Your guys' traditional religion is Protestantism.
Sure.
So Protestants in Canada are way different than Protestants in the US.
Makes sense.
Like Protestants here they're more progressive. Like I said, I just gave you the wokest of woke sermons, or a summary of the sermon, right? Because that's the biggest Protestant church in Canada is the United Church of Canada. We have like Baptist churches here too, and some of them they get a little more evangelical, but not like America. Like America's got the right wing shit on lock with the Protestants.
We really do.
Yeah. Here it's Catholicism. That's our traditional religion. And that ties into what I was saying before, where I was trying to find a tradition. I'm choosing Catholicism right now, so I'm practicing that. I'm enjoying it. I'm liking it. I've discussed it with pastor at the Catholic Church by my place. I'm attending Mass for the first time this Sunday. I was actually baptized as a baby, and I didn't know that until a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I'm entering that world. I think that's the world that I'm going to feel the most at home with. Okay. I already know a decent bit about Catholicism. I know how to practice it. Confession, rosary, all that shit. I'm ready for it. I'm ready to inject Christ into my veins.
Cool.
And yeah, what was the thought you were going to give?
One of the discussions I've had since I was a young person was, how do you separate your sort of internal belief from how you, let's say, vote? And it's funny, growing up, Joe Biden was always the subject of conversation because he's a Catholic, but he votes pro-choice. And one of the conversations that often came up was about that, because people will ask me, and this is a frustration people do have with me, and even in my own family, where they're like, do you think it's right for this to happen? I was like, are you asking me, the American citizen, or are you asking me, the Britney? And they're like, that's the same thing. And I'm like, absolutely not the same thing.
Hmm.
I personally don't think the world should be like me. So I don't have this narrative of saying that my beliefs have to be your beliefs. Like, I don't believe that.
Mm.
And so
Yeah.
for me, obviously I can understand how Joe Biden could be pro-life in his own personal life, but allow pro-choice to be something he allows as like a legal right in the States, right? So what do you
Yeah.
think about that? Because it is hard to separate those things. For a lot of people, they vote according to their values. You know?
Yeah. I think that, well, I said this earlier. I think the political philosophy you choose is going to be based on your values. That's
Mm,
inevitable.
sure.
So a lot of the early people who were the kind of like old, like traditional classical liberals were all Christians,
Mm,
but they believed that you shouldn't just by virtue of being a Christian, you shouldn't criminalize sin, because they recognize there's a distinction between what government should do and what people should do. And what the institution should do, of course, is inevitably going to be like, what do I think would be like the most ethical way to go about things in society? And that's going to be based on your foundational worldview. And if you're religious, it'll be based on a religious worldview.
mm-hmm.
And I don't think there's anything like wrong with that as long as it's done pluralistically. See, for me, like as a Christian, I don't want to make everybody the same as me in government, because it's not in line, to me, it's not in line with what Christ believed, to force people to come to God. I don't think that's possible.
Mm,
um I think that if the state, first of all, the state has to sap itself of humility, like completely. And the absence of humility is pride.
mm,
That's how I view it,
mm-hmm.
which is a sin, right? So that's, it's funny. It's like it's this kind of open society, classically liberal conclusion, but it's based off of a religious belief, right? So I think that you can do this in all kinds of different ways. Like this is what I was getting to earlier. I don't think the text of the Bible is prescribing policies. How we do that is a different question. And I agree that it's a different question, but I don't agree with the idea that like you and I, maybe we mean the same thing, but we're just using different words.
Maybe.
You the citizen versus you the person. If I'm going to interpret that charitably, I'm going to assume what you mean is what we should do politically is different than what we should do personally. But if you mean you have fundamentally different worldviews that do not interact with each other when you pursue your voting choices versus when you pursue your individual choices, I would not agree with that. I think that you as a person is motivating your choices for who you vote for. Absolutely. I
Mm-hmm.
just think that but I think that mentally what people mean when they say that is they're making a distinction between what government should do and what people should do.
Yeah, sort of like
Is that accurate?
yeah, I think I needed to say, just to clarify too, is like, I'm not religious, and I
Mm-hmm.
don't want to live in a religious world, but I also don't want to take away religion from people. So if people said, "Do you think like kids should go to church growing up?" I'd say, "Well, like, do you mean should they have the freedom to go to church? Because like obviously yes." Or are you asking me, do you think kids should go to church literally? Like, that kind of thing. Like, the argument that often comes up is like, do you think there should be like drag queens in schools? I'm like, I don't even know what that means. Right? Like, I don't know
Mm-hmm.
what that means. Like, do you think trans people should be in schools? I'm like, what do you mean students who are trans, should they be in schools? Do you mean teachers who are trans? Do you mean like, should trans people show up for events? Like, what does that even question mean? And again, are you asking me, Brittany, like as a non-parent? Are you asking me, Brittany, the voter? I just think people should be able to build society in a way that is cohesive and makes sense for their culture. I'm not here to dictate your culture. I'm here to say that we are diverse and the world is not the same, and we do not have the same gods or the same beliefs or the same customs, and I'm good with that. As long as we
But
understand,
I would assume though that that would be a pluralistic approach, which is one that I also would support, and I think basically everyone supports to different degrees. Of course, it's going to
sure,
depend. We're going to disagree on the particulars
sure.
likely, but
Like
you
a lot of
supporting a
religious, go
pluralistic,
ahead, go ahead. Sorry.
you wanting to live in a pluralistic society, but wanting to culturally encourage certain things that you think are good, rather than like force it through the state, that would still be like a moral position either way. Both of those things are still you as a person
Sure.
because, and maybe I'm just projecting how I am onto you, but for me personally, the reason why I'm like that is because I do not think that moral behavior being compelled onto adult persons is changing those adult persons' virtue.
I agree.
Culture and what we encourage culturally is what changes people's virtues accordingly.
Interesting.
And you have to raise. I think you have to raise people with you have to raise people with virtue. And I mean, and I mean, you're not religious, so this isn't really gonna this isn't really gonna connect with you. But for me personally, like coming to God is something that somebody has to volunteer
Yeah.
through their own free will.
Mm-hmm.
God gives you free will, so you have to use your free will to come to. And I do not believe that if the state was to assume that role for people, that to me would be the state assuming the role of God. And I don't think anybody assumes the role of God except God. That's my view of that. So
Sure.
like, but then other Christians disagree with me on that. So
Yeah, I mean, I mean, obviously, I grew up religious, so I understand the sentiment very well, and I do agree with that in terms of people
mm,
changing their minds. Like I always say, I'm not here to change your mind. I don't care how you think, but if you come naturally or on your own to a position that's similar to mine, great. But also, I just
mm,
don't think it's my job to try to shame you into believing what I believe. I also don't think I don't believe in objective morality, but it's interesting. This idea of like, when does it stop? Like, as a progressive person myself, whatever that means, right? Because I'm more of a philosophy focused person than a politically focused person. You know, I left
it's a
politics a
vibe.
long time ago.
It's the vibes.
It's the vibes, but mostly like I don't mind if Kentucky wants to have like no gay marriage. I don't care if Florida wants to have no gay marriage. What I care about,
Okay.
yeah, I don't care about that. What I care about is their ability to punish people for seeking abortions outside their state or people seeking refuge in other people. Or what I care about is them criminalizing people for things that they didn't intend to do. Or, you know, what I'm worried about is more or less like people being able to move from those places on time to get those medical care needs met or not to be discriminated against with their jobs because they're gay or trans. Like, what I'm looking for is a society that recognizes differences and says we're still going to cohabitate amongst each other without killing each other, firing each other, ruining each
Yeah.
other's lives, you know? And
Yeah.
so for me, I'm not concerned with people believing what I believe. What I'm concerned about is that we all agree as Americans or Canadians or whoever we are that people have the right to live how they want as long as they're not with great intention and malicious intent hurting people. And I think most people don't have a lot of malicious intent. I believe most people are good and have good intentions. I just think the road to hell is paved in those good intentions.
Mm.
And I think that that's the catch 22 of living in a society is that we all have good intentions. And that's why we're all ruining each other's lives.
I think we all have bad intentions too
Ooh,
that motivate
really?
those good intentions, that
What do you
motivate the
mean?
good intentions.
What do you mean?
So, okay. So, well, I mean, this is going to be a foundational disagreement we have. I believe in original sin.
Hmm.
So, I believe that everybody's born with the capacity to do great evil unless guided otherwise. Now, I make a distinction. This is where I believe. So, this is going to sound like a bit of a tangent. I promise it's not. Are you familiar with the Council of the Second Vatican?
Hmm.
Yeah, so I kind of go with like that approach where it's like I have to apply this pluralistically and be able to kind of integrate myself with the modern society in order to bring people closer to me.
Okay.
And the modern society does not like shame. And I
Hmm.
and I and I don't like shame. So when it comes to shaming people, not it's not even just that I don't think it works, it's that I feel like shame is by definition like just the intended goal to make someone emotionally suffer for the things that they are doing. That's what I think shame is. And I think to have that intention, I think that's a very dark intention.
Mm.
I do. This is me I'm sounding very libtarded right now, okay? But I do believe that. But I make a distinction between shaming and encouraging. So I think what shame does, I think shame is good at stopping something from happening, but shame is terrible at encouraging something to happen. So if I'm going to so there's it's the difference between don't eat chocolate versus you should eat vegetables, right?
I agree.
And some people would say they're complementary, but I would say like, no, 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 no. Just tell them that they should eat vegetables and encourage that in a way that is going to speak to their motivated reasoning. And nobody's going to know their motivated reasoning. You can't read people's minds, but you can talk to people. You can get a sense of who they are. You can try your best, and that's the best that you can do. Even if you don't succeed, like you're still like your virtue is still in a good place, and that is a W in and of itself. Is how I view that.
Thinking about original sin, because it's kind of interesting. I do think all of us are capable of like great joy and great evil, is how I would phrase it. So I would say like your job
Mm,
as a human, not that I'm making this prescription, but if I was to make one, I'd say is to avoid evil and move towards joy. And that joy is going to look different for everybody. It's not an action, it's a way of being in symbiosis with the self, the consciousness. And evil is like this thing that takes you away from that joy. So maybe it's like binge eating, or maybe it's whatever version of that is for you, right? For you. And so I think
sin.
sure, sin works too, right? This idea of original sin is like a very interesting concept. And I think, I did this live stream once where I tried to transcribe or like I guess like late all of the 10 commandments into secularism. Like, okay, secular morals, like how does this work? And it really,
Mm,
they're just like code of honor, they're guides. And that's how I look at them. So I look at
mm,
religion as like this tool for a guide. I mean, religion is philosophy. And so when I look at it,
mm,
I'm like wondering like what can it teach me? I mean, obviously my foundation, and a lot of my audience thinks this too. They're like, "Ah, I hear the Catholic and Brittany's ideas." And I'm like, "I can't get away from it, you know?" It's like in my heart always, of course, because like I'm confirmed, I am baptized, I've gone through the lessons. I mean, my whole life my parents used to do Bible studies, and like a lot of our family friends are very famous Catholics. And so it's like it's very normal for us to like think
mm.
about these things. But
Yeah.
more or less, like what's really important is thinking about what it even means to be a person. And I think religion gives you that sort of like shortcut into knowing the self through the lens of God. But as a secularist, I try to find that also path, because obviously I think we're just like evolved animals on a planet. That's my belief. I don't know if God's real, right? I don't
Okay.
think so. Gun to my head, I'm pretty sure not. But every time I talk to my parents, they're like, "Are you and your husband Catholic yet?" And I'm like, "How lovely. Thank you for the reminder." Like they
Hmm.
couldn't come to my wedding because I didn't get married in the church. Like they're very
Yeah.
Catholic. And they support
Mm,
us as secularists, but their hope is that we come back to the faith.
yeah.
Obviously. And then I'm
Mm,
confirmed. So once a Catholic, always a Catholic. I'm like, I'm even more of a sinner because I've like left God after confirming my religion. You know what I mean?
mm,
Myself with him. But I don't think that religion is far off from what secular philosophy is trying to accomplish. I just think that secular philosophy, if it's like a Sam Harris type, tends to be too anti-theist or anti-religious or
too dismissive.
anti-spiritualism.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too dismissive. It's not useful to me. Like I'm either gonna,
Yeah.
because I think everyone's like, I always say 50% right, but that's not a real number. Like, what do the Catholics know? What do the Muslims know? Like, what do the Buddhists know? Somebody knows something.
Mm.
And I feel like everybody knows a little bit of the truth. But going back to this idea, I guess, of like you yourself representing the way you vote or the way you act, do you think even the religion you choose tells you something about yourself? Like, why didn't you choose Islam, or why didn't you choose Judaism? Why
Well,
Catholicism?
I don't know if you choose it. Like,
Oh,
I don't know. Belief it. Like, imagine if I don't even know if I chose Christianity. Like, imagine this is a hypothetical situation. Imagine you're sitting right where you are in your room. What's this alfalfa hair? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. What the fuck
go
is this?
for it. Get
Anyway,
distracted.
any- um, see what's that plant behind you with
Yeah,
the
the sea,
purple
what's it called?
petals?
Sea whatever, sea prism, sea purple, sea something.
Okay,
It's
okay,
flowers, dry flowers.
okay. That shit just came to life right now. It started
Okay.
talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can't you believe that that plant can talk to you now.
Sure.
You can't choose. It's like
Well, it's
that
not a belief at
happens.
that point. It would be a knowing. Like you wouldn't have to believe it's talking to you if you know it's talking to you. A belief
But
is something you
maybe
don't know.
but it's so extraordinary, right?
Y-
I don't think a belief is something you don't know necessarily. I think you can believe in something without knowing if it's true. I think you can do that. I
Yes.
do that. I'm like that with Christianity.
Yeah.
Um, I'm like that for sure with Christianity.
Yeah.
But like, because you could have the experience I just said, and you could say like, "Fuck, this thing just talked to me." But what if I don't? But what if I didn't? If I'm sitting here too, right?
Sure.
I'm like, that thing didn't just talk to you. What? I didn't see that
Mm.
happen. So now you doubt your own experience.
Sure, sure.
But it happened. Like it's there now. The belief is there. and you're not just gonna like, it was just the wind. You can't
Sure.
do it if your fucking plant says, "Hello, Brittany, what's good?"
Yeah.
Like, get a full, well articulated sentence. Like, you can't just like stop believing that now. It happened. It happened. Right? I'm assuming you're sober. You're not on any drugs right now, are you? Are you?
No.
Okay.
Sober.
All right. Okay, good. So, you can't like blame it on that. It's like,
Sure.
fuck, what the fuck? Like, that's what I'm getting at. Like, I
Yeah,
don't know if
yeah.
you choose what you believe.
So
Like,
like the experience molds the direction.
yeah, the experience molds the direction. Yeah. I mean, I haven't looked into them too deeply, but there are a lot of philosophical cases for a religious experience being a good reason to believe in God,
Sure.
that are not arguments from like anecdote. They're not like, I experienced this, therefore it's objectively true, right? Like, they're not like that, are not arguing it from that perspective, but just like, like if I take a shit 10 times and it feels good and it feels right, I mean, that's my experience. It
Mm-hmm.
seems like it happened. I don't need the peer reviewed texts
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
tell
yeah,
me
yeah.
that this happened, right? Like, so yeah, like I don't think that you have, I mean, you can choose it, I suppose. Like Norm Macdonald, when he
Mm.
was alive, he would always say like, well, I don't believe in Christianity. But I choose it because I'm just like, maybe it's true. And then he followed it up by saying, yeah, it's like how I don't believe in DNA.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. I think there is like I mean, I really do very deeply respect the individual anecdotal experience of a person's lived life. Like I think it's so
Mm,
important. As much as it is important to check the data, like I always ask myself like why is something happening? So if that plan did talk to me, first and
mm.
foremost, I'm ready to be open to anything that's true, which is a very different thing in my life. I'm 35 this month and I couldn't say that about myself 6
Oh,
years
you're
ago.
35? Holy shit.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm. Why, how old are you?
I'm 28.
Oh, okay. So, yeah.
I assumed you were like 26 though.
Yeah, I mean, aren't we all on YouTube? I always say it like keeps us young, you know? But there's like this idea of openness. I'm open to whatever's true. So if the plant starts to talk to me, I'd be like, okay, possibility. God is talking to me through this plant. I think I
Mm.
know a person who also had a burning bush talk to them. Okay, no. And then it's like, okay, well, what about this? And then I was like, I would go through the things like, okay, have I just like gotten schizophrenia at 35? That's interesting. Or like, what would it be? And I would go down the list until I problem solved it in like a very scientific methody way, right? And I would ask myself why, instead of saying like, this plant isn't talking to me, I'd be like, is this plant talking to me? Because that's much more
Mm.
interesting than automatically saying that's not what's happening.
Do you do
And
that with everything?
yes,
Do you go through like a rational, really?
yeah, I liked checklists. Even when I
Okay.
was courting my husband, I was like, we have to go through this analytic. We do this in our relationship now. Like when we have discussions, I'm like, are we doing this analytically or emotionally? Meaning, am I embodying my emotions or are we going to look at it like a data? Like
Do you
data.
have emotional discussions that you don't think are rationally comprehensible, or I should ask that differently actually. Do you have emotional conversations that you think do not need to be rationally comprehensible because they were special enough in their own right?
If you mean to say that, do I sometimes engage with him emotionally or vice versa in a way that I know isn't logical, but this is just like me venting my feelings?
Well, but I'm asking if you think that is still a valuable, good experience to
Oh,
have.
yeah. Oh, deeply,
Good,
profoundly valuable.
good,
Oh,
good,
deeply, profoundly valuable. Oh my gosh, yes. I mean,
good.
yes, I mean, gosh, we talk all day as it is. Like, I mean, we have to have moments, and of course, like those. I mean, yeah, incredibly important. I think being well-rounded and balanced is kind of the goal here. So it's not this idea
Mhm,
of just looking at our life through like data, but understanding that data is also our emotional vulnerabilities and our moments of those
mhm.
being people. Like we're just being
Good.
people, you know? But
Mhm,
yeah, I think I try to value the experience. So going back to like that anecdotal experience, it's kind of like when you're talking about an internal relationship with the self and then you're trying to map it onto the world. So I call it like existing versus existence, like things outside the self. You're mapping
mm.
on this very anecdotal experience and then people expect you to like prove it. And it's like this is about me. Like even your relationship with Christ or your relationship with God is about you. As much as
Yes.
like, but you could argue that when you're a community member within a church, it could become about the community, but not the relationship you're having with God. just the way you might present yourself. Like, I don't know if you follow any of the famous.
That's a very Protestant view, but okay,
And
I
I
can
don't
vibe with
know,
it for now.
to be honest with you, I don't know much about Protestantism. I didn't learn much about anything other than Catholicism growing up. So I know very little about
Yeah.
other religions.
Protestantism, it depends. Like the purpose of Protestantism was separated from the tradition of the Catholic Church. So there's all kinds of different subsects of Protestantism. You got the
Sure.
Baptists, you got the United Church guys that I mentioned before,
Sure.
you got the Calvinists. Those
Right.
guys are the worst.
Right,
The
right, right.
Calvinists. Ugh,
I've heard
can't
things.
stand
I've
the
heard things.
Calvinists.
Right. Right. I don't know about the inner workings of the church, but I mean, even as a Catholic, you know, like if you follow famous Catholics on YouTube or like people in the community that are like loud activists, I guess you could say, whoever they may be, like if one of them like sleeps or has an affair on their wife, you know, as a Catholic, like you're not allowed to sleep with other
That's
people.
wrong.
Right? That's
That's
wrong.
wrong. Yeah.
You know, but like through the Catholic lens specifically, it's especially wrong, right? It's one of the 10 commandments. And so it's like when
Mm.
you're looking at that lens, that's what I mean. And then of course internally, you know, like you're a sinner, you're going to confession, you're having an internal complex. That's really between you and God. But obviously if things get out and it becomes public, people have an understanding of like, oh, I know how to know you did something wrong because look, it's in our book or it's in our scribe or it's in our notes, and you went against it. So that's what I meant by like community
Mhm.
perspective. But ultimately, that is a personal relationship you're having with God. Do you feel a
Yeah.
pressure as you're coming into the Catholic Church to be a community member? Like, do you think about that? I know with my family, they're very active. Like,
I want to do it. So there's no so if there is a pressure, I just don't notice it because I
cool,
want to do it.
cool.
So
That's exciting.
yeah, I've already been interacting with. I probably shouldn't get too into that,
Sure.
but I've already been interacting a fair bit with the local church near me. I got mass for the first time on this Sunday,
Great.
and very hyped for that. I'm very excited about that, and so I'm ready to go off. See, like religion, like I don't feel as though your view of trying to make everything this kind of rationally calculable thing or whatever. I don't think it's necessary to live a good life
Sure.
at all.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but a lot of people who live life that way are really, really dismissive of the religious experience specifically because of that. I was told that religion is bad because it's irrational growing up.
Sure.
This is what I was told. And, but when I think of, as from a secular perspective, when I was totally secular, everything in my life that I remember that has just this so much wisdom and so much value and so much thumos, let's say, uh, totally irrational.
Mm.
Like there was no rational calculus in any of it. I was engaged. I'm newly single because of this for reasons that are no fault of our own. Not going to get into it at all. But uh, all like the best moments in my life were in that. They were totally irrational. Totally irrational. I can think about them rationally later, but I don't think I have to. And
Hmm.
I'm worried about this new cultural idea that rationality is more than just a tool that we use to help us to figure things out as a society that's building itself up and is trying to build civilization up and stuff like that. I'm worried that by taking this into our personal lives, we're making all of our interpersonal relationships transactional,
Mm.
and we're losing touch with that that incomprehensible relationship to something greater than ourselves that provides us with the most meaningful moments of our lives. And I think that's a shame.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I mean, I do think that hmm, I'm, it's, I don't want to project this onto you, of course, but I'm getting from your language, I could be wrong, that you keep assuming like who I am and that I keep like surprising you
No, no,
almost
no.
a little
That's
bit.
that's why that's why I'm
Right.
trying to
You
say.
did. You
That's why I'm
did.
trying to.
You
Yeah.
caveat like you prefaced it and I appreciate that. But it's funny because I think I think it's irrational to not engage with
Hmm.
all of it with all of what it means to be a person. So I would actually
I
argue like
agree.
the Sam Harrises of the world are actually, and the Richard Dawkins, God bless them, are absolutely neglecting so much of what it means to encompass a human experience, and
Yes.
it's all of its like real like glory, I guess you could say.
Well, to be a little to be a little fair to them, they will say that they like it,
Sure.
but then that's it. But then they're gonna shit on it all the time. But no, but I like the Christian traditions. I like having carols at Christmas, la 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 la, and that's how Dawkins is. But then
Sure.
he's just gonna call you like a fucking dumbass
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
entire way there.
Well, to be
And it's
fair,
like, well, foundationally,
yeah.
that's why a lot of people are doing this stuff. So if you destroy, you can't, you have all of the things you do, but there's motivations beneath everything.
Mhm.
If you get rid of the motivations, you get rid of all the other stuff too. And he doesn't realize that.
Yeah, well, I think there's a combination of things where, first of all, it depends on who I'm talking to because I'll get super anti religious the moment the religious get really obnoxious. And then if I'm around an atheist who's super anti religious, I'll become very pro religious. And all I'm trying to
Mm.
say is like, all of it is valid. Stop arguing with each other. But then ultimately, what they're doing is like, they have to make this prescription onto other people because they have to know they chose the right venue or bubble or belief. So then they have to tell everyone else they're wrong. And I'm just like, oh my God, you don't even know if you're
Mm.
right or wrong. But then they feel like they are. So I would say like Dr. K talks about this a lot, how certain brains are very into the thinking mode
Who?
and not the like
Who?
physical. Dr. K,
Who's that?
Healthy Gamer on YouTube. Do you know him? He's a therapist, psychologist here on YouTube, and he has his
Okay.
own obviously business and does his medicine and stuff. He's
Mm.
Harvard trained and all that. Anyways, it doesn't matter. The point is he's a nice guy, but he has his own channel and he talks.
He's a woke social justice warrior. Is that what you're telling me? He's
Um,
Harvard trained. Is
I
that what
don't
you're
know.
telling me?
No, no, no.
Okay.
I'm not gonna box him in like that. But like, he helps the gamer boys, realize why they're incels. It's very funny. He's very good at his job.
Hmm.
And he talks about how people are so in their brain that they forget to embody the physical. And like some people are
Yeah.
just in their bodies and forget to, bring in the balance of the analytical. And I would argue that that's the job of an introspective person, is to be introspective, extrospected, to have a relationship with the self in the thinking way and in the body way. Like when I was in church and I would feel like the Holy Spirit, I was like, what is this? And then, not to be offensive to any of the religious people, obviously, not that there's many of you in my audience, but I could also recreate that feeling in other things. Like I did
Mhm.
certain things in my 20s where I would experiment with recreating that feeling of the Holy Spirit. And once I realized I could recreate it, I was like, oh shit, okay. Because I thought that feeling in church I was getting meant God was real. And then I was like, wait. And then I would recreate the same exact experience I had in church and other things, sober or on drugs, depending, because
Well,
I'm
that's what that's what brought me to perennialism, actually, from
sure.
my atheist POV, because um, the fact that that experience is recreated over and over again to me doesn't debunk. If I'm feeling that in a holy site and I'm feeling that elsewhere, I could also just as easily come to the conclusion that there's something holy about this thing I'm doing. There's something divine about this thing I'm doing. This is I think a big difference in how atheists think about things and how I think about things,
Sure.
is when I have a religious experience and then something either adjacent to or very similar to that experience happens with some, I don't know, some secular thing. I'm watching a great movie,
Mm,
listening to an amazing piece of music, something like that. Um, I'm thinking like, oh, this is also like a divine experience.
interesting.
But when atheists do this, it's like the opposite, where they're like, oh, I'm having this religious experience, but then it's like, oh, well, this is happening elsewhere. Well, I guess that means that there isn't, I guess that means it's actually secularized. I guess that the religious experience that I had, quote unquote, to them was actually not religious. It was actually just, I don't know, the chemicals in my body dancing and having fun or something, right? So I just find that view of things, I just find it so negative. I'm very how do I describe this? What's the opposite of a doomer? What's the opposite of that?
Optimistic?
Well, yeah,
Optimist?
sure. Well, of course, I meant like a terminally
Oh.
online way to say optimist. I don't know.
Mm,
Bloomer, I think that's how whatever. Let's go with that. I'm a very bloomer kind of guy.
sure.
I am very much, I don't think, from all kinds of different perspectives, just consequentially, pragmatically, um, and even just from a place of virtue too. I don't think it's I don't think it helps yourself. I don't think it helps your character. I don't think it helps anybody around you who knows you, who loves you. I don't think it helps anybody else in your society. if you are thinking about things with the most negative possible interpretation.
Sure.
Not saying that you're doing that, because atheists don't view, not saying that you're an atheist, because I was speaking generally about atheists compared to my experience. But I find that there's often this kind of like, they don't view it as negative, but I view it as negative, right? So I'm thinking like, why would you, like, if this is true, why would you not want it to be true? You know, because if I want everybody, and everybody is like this, I don't believe anybody who says they're above this. If there is a thing you think is good, if it is true, you're going to want it to be true. Even if you're not convinced, you're going to want it to be true. And I want to believe that there is something divine and something above myself and something greater to all of this, because that's what's motivating me. If it's all self-interest, which by nature we're self-interested,
Sure.
in my opinion, it's a byproduct of original sin. You probably don't believe that, of course, but that's okay. You can agree, regardless, that human beings by nature often act in their own self-interest. And if we act altruistically, it's usually like, well, we're still factoring in our self-interest by nature, right? And I do not want to succumb to that in myself. So I'm like, okay, it's the best way I can view this. It's the best way I can have this experience.
Sure.
And it is not, I'm just a bunch of dancing chemicals basking in the sun one day, you know?
Yeah. I mean, the way we tell ourselves the story is a great part of our meaning, right? The story we decide to adhere to, the like beliefs we form. Like for me, saying I'm like an evolved animal on a planet is the most profound thing in the world. Like to my brain, I'm like, holy fuck, I'm like an asteroid. I'm like a flower. I'm like a bear. And I'm like, that's amazing. That's like so profound. I'm like the waterfall. You know, I feel like it's so magical and amazing. But for other people that
I
might,
agree.
and for other people that might not sound like that. It might sound like I'm saying like, oh, I'm just a flower. I'm just a bear. Because to them, they think they have the right to destroy the bear and destroy the flower. And it's nothing to a human. But I think a human is nothing to a flower. But obviously, we're everything to each other. We're like nature. We are just as valuable as the tree. Like I always say, I hope I come back as a tree. Not that I believe in reincarnation, because I don't. But that's something you could believe if you believe like we're recycled matter, like energy into the universe, which I think data shows that we are, like, you know. So it's kind of interesting to think about it from
My
that
dad
perspective.
believes that,
Yeah.
despite his anti-religiosity. My dad believes that, but he believes that he believes it's a conscious experience when we're recycled back into the atmosphere.
Well, you know, religious is an interesting term because metaphysical doesn't mean religious, right? So
No,
metaphysics.
no. I said maybe you misheard me. I said despite his lack of religiosity, he believes that. I was
know.
specifically saying it wasn't religious. Okay, sorry.
But
sorry.
I'm saying to believe in that isn't a religious concept.
No, yeah, I agree.
Right. So
I
like
agree.
it makes sense that he could believe in that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
I got you.
it is interesting. Well, I think there's like this, I always hear this from the religious bubble, which is like, there's no such thing as an atheist as the plane is going down. You know,
See,
but I don't,
as a plane is going down?
you know,
Okay.
because like you're like, oh God, save me, and like save me, God. You start like screaming for help. I don't really believe this, but I think it's an interesting idea of like, I don't know if there's anything. I don't think any human is completely secure in their beliefs when they are riddled with an insane amount of doubt. And usually doubt occurs when you're facing your own death if you haven't prepared for it. So it's kind of like, you know, the chicken
Religious
or the egg.
people have doubts too. You know,
Of course.
they have people have doubts in their own faith too. I do.
I mean, everyone I think goes through that cycle of doubting. That's why there's so many parables to show you like what happens when you're a doubter, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, because like, you know, Christ would not say you're a bad person for doubting.
Right.
Right. Doubting is a normal thing to do. If doubting is a sign that you have humility, which separates you from pride. And you know, atheists can embody that virtue too, for different reasons, of course, but they just do descriptively. And you're gonna if you have any humility, like you're gonna have doubts in the things you think sometimes. Like it's just inevitable, right?
Well, it's just
Unless you're
improbable. Just like the numbers would never show that one human could encompass all things that are right and good. That's why we create the mythos of God, right? Like that's why Jesus is a perfect human, because he represents a thing that none of us could ever be. Right? Like it's impossible to think you could possibly be the one person on the planet who has the answers. Like
that's how I understand the the idea of being born from a virgin
Sure.
is he is a level of purity human beings will not achieve,
Yeah.
right? And it's there to sit. It's that humility.
Right.
I care about this so much. It instills that humility in you. Like, this is the example. You look up to this. You are not this, and it's okay. And
Right.
you recognizing that you're not this makes you a good person
Right.
at the end of the day, right? Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about that idea or concept of like good and bad people from your worldview? Like, well, how do you know a person is good or bad?
The way I determine if a person is good or bad is whether or not if a person is good or bad. So I'm separating good or bad ideas from the person. Um, I determine if somebody is good or bad based off of kind of in my mind, do it in the moment is kind of a sliding scale of how much you care about your original sin. So if you are like, the more that you give into that original sin, the worse off you're going to be. So if you are not aware that because of the ways that your parents raised you and the environment you were put into and stuff like that, that if you were not guided in any specific way by anything greater than yourself, you would probably be like a liar. You would probably be cheating all the time. You would probably be entitled, bratty, like screaming and pissing yourself on the floor out of a desperate sense of entitlement, like, because this is how like babies are, right? Like,
Sure.
like actual babies in the literal sense. They're innocent because they don't know any better, right? But if you knowingly are like, yeah, fuck humility, fuck pride, or I don't care if I'm this, that, or the other. I don't care if I cheat on my wife. All this shit. It's like, that's how I determine if someone's a bad person. It's about intent. I have to discern intent. There has to be an intentional desire to succumb to that original sin at all cost, and I kind of think of it as like a sliding scale for that. That's how I pragmatically go about it right now. Like, I could give some idealistic answer, like, they're a bad person because they are different than me in values. It's like, well, that's not very useful, right? I like to try to give, like, this is like what's happening in my brain as I'm discerning this. So.
Yeah, I mean, I heavily agree with that. I would say that your version of original sin sounds like my theory around evil, which is not that evil is an action, it's a state of being. And original sin, like, you want to stay away from your original sin. You want to move towards, I guess you would say, maybe Christ or joy or
Yes,
goodness or so
Christ.
I agree with that perfectly. I think, yeah, I would translate it between Christ being joy and evil being original sin. And I would say you want to move furthest from evil and go towards joy. And I judge people based off of, and not
What do you
judge
mean? What do you mean by joy? What do you mean by joy? You keep saying
joy,
joy.
not as in happiness, because happiness is an emotion, it comes and goes, and not joy as in hedonism, because that's closer to evil than furthest from evil.
Oh, hell
um
yeah! I
Joy
agree
meaning like
completely.
one with the consciousness, one with nature, like Marcus Aurelius, I just finished Meditations, would say like one with
Mm,
man's nature,
yeah.
heading towards your joy. And if you follow your joy, you're one with your nature, you will find the path to like what is good and just. But that isn't like, it's not, I'm not making a prescription of action, because I can't, because it's going to be different for every person and it will look different for every person. Like,
Okay.
something growing up Catholic that really helped me is like my parents would say, there's a calling. You have a calling. Christ has a calling
Mm,
for you. And that's
mm-hmm.
you finding your meaning, right? That's, if you I had to translate it to secularism, it's like, oh, that's your meaning. And then God would say, like, what's your role to play? So you could be single, you could be a nun, you could be a priest, you could be a volunteer of the church, you could be
Yeah.
married, you could be so many things. So, like, for
Mm,
me, I never felt the pressure to get married. That's not an idea I ever worried about in my life. I got married at what,
mm,
like 34. I never really thought about it. I mean, I thought about it. I dated, of course. I thought about finding the love of my life, but I never felt it was an obligation I had. My parents never wanted us to get married to the wrong people, right? So they would rather us be single than married to the wrong person, is kind of their belief.
mm.
And so realizing that, it gave me a lot of freedom to sort of figure out, like, what is my meaning, and is that meaning in Christ, is that meaning away from Christ? And I was a militant atheist after I left the church, very like normal, like, you leave the
Oh,
church,
everybody is.
you fight
Every young,
you read Dawkins and you
every
read,
young person is
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
that
I
when they
was
leave the
Christopher
church.
Hitchens'
Yeah.
like biggest cheerleader when I was like 21, right? Like, I was just obsessed. Read everything he ever produced, like, oh my God, I love him. Like, I was obsessed with him. And then you realize, like, man, I'm sick of being angry. I'm sick of being anti-religious. It's just so boring and it's not good for my skin, you know?
There's something wrong with this. Yeah.
There's something wrong with this. It actually was leading me more towards evil, to be anti-religious, than towards my joy.
Mhm.
And evil meaning to that original sin, right? Away from
I think
that.
I think for me, like, this is this is my this is probably my biggest issue with it is
Mhm.
it feels like they don't believe that you replace the absence of something with something. So if you don't have God anymore, and it's like, okay, well, there's a lot of, duties and obligations that come with that.
Mhm.
It's like, well, okay, what do you have? Now, if you don't have duties and obligations, all you're left with is your original sin.
Sure.
Now I'm going to be charitable, right? Because obviously I believe that the way you do that is Christianity.
Mhm.
But you can't, but there are secular ways that people try to replace it. I personally don't, they personally are not convincing to me. They're not sufficient for me. But with but I will take the secular replacements over nothing. Because I mean, there, first of all, you can't have nothing. It's impossible.
Mhm.
Mentally, if you view yourself to be nothing, you are just left to your vices, and
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah.
You need something. So that to me was the worst aspect of that, because that, even though like I stopped doing that when I was 17, I was still stuck with the nothing,
Mm.
because I didn't even know how to explore it after that. It was just nothing. It's like, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna rot in the earth. I won't even know that I'm dead. Um, may as well just, do whatever is the most advantageous for my own vices and my own appetites. I'll say appetites. It probably sounds more palatable than vices. Less shamey. And um, chasing your appetites is fun when you're 19, but you can't do that your whole life.
For sure.
I mean, you shouldn't do it when you're 19 either, but 19-year-olds are going to be 19. I shouldn't take an unforgiving approach to 19-year-olds, with all their
Mhm.
mistakes. So many mistakes. Anyway, but yeah, I'm not a fan of the whole nothingness aspect of atheists. We
Yeah,
don't have to
sure.
replace it with anything. Like, no.
Yeah, I think that, well, I do think that's kind of why there is like this meaning crisis, as John Vervaeke would say, right? This like lacking of knowing. And I know people say like, oh, what's missing is church, and I think what's missing is meaning. Because again, not to reference, I just read Meditations, so I'm referencing it. But Marcus Aurelius didn't believe in Christianity; he believed in the gods. The idea is not that you
Yeah, he was
need,
Greek. Yeah, he
yeah,
believed in
right.
the mythos of Greek myth. Yeah.
So it's like this idea that it's not it's a matter of meaning, but it's that thing that's bigger than you. But I think like for a lot of people, they translate it into whatever version of the story you tell yourself
Mm.
is what sets your foundation. And I think it reflects your beliefs. Like I say, we're all categories of people. So it's like, what category of Christian are you? What category of Muslim are you? What category of like believer are you? What category of atheist? Like I say atheist to shorthand it. But if gun to my head, if you're like, God, is God real? Yes or no? I'd say like, no. But I don't know that, bro. Like, how am I supposed to know if God is real?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how would I even know that? What data do I have to even know that? I don't have enough data to know either way. So to say that I would know that is, I believe God isn't real, but I'm whatever. If he is great, if she is great, like I don't know these things. But I think it's that arrogance of like, we know. I don't think we know he is or isn't. And I think that arrogance, that entitlement to saying you know something is what I'm trying to get away from. I'm trying to say like belief is so powerful. The whole world was built off of it. The
Well,
world knows very little,
the new atheist guys will usually say like, well, they would say something similar to you said, except but then they don't act in line with that.
Sure.
So they will say like, well, I'm not an atheist because I know that God's not real. I'm an atheist because I haven't heard an argument that God's not real.
Sure.
Or that God is real. That convinced me. But then,
That's the
so
logic,
it's like,
bro.
okay.
Logic,
So
bro.
it's like, okay.
They're brain dead. They're brain dead. You can
Yeah.
logic your way into
So
any bad belief system. The idea is not to logic your way into knowing God is real. It's not about like that's not for me. That makes no sense to my brain. That doesn't prove if God is real or not.
this is why I don't value rationality. Rationality to me is a tool. We have rational faculties.
Sure.
We use logic and reason to come to conclusions that we think are true, that we can know are true, that we can have knowledge of. And if there is something that you can't know, you're going to have to take a leap of faith when it comes to. I'm very Kierkegaardian, you know. I'm a big fan of Kierkegaard,
Sure.
and I think that you have to do that with everything. Why not do that with the best possible thing that you can do it with? That if it is true, it is the greatest thing in the world that it's true.
Wait,
And
I do disagree. You mean God being real?
of course,
No. The best possible outcome of what is real is that after we die, there's nothingness.
totally disagree.
Totally
Tot-
disagree. Agree to disagree.
First of all, oh yeah, absolutely agree, disagree.
No,
First of
I
all,
have no
okay,
desire
setting-
to exist
setting
past this.
aside-
Yeah.
setting aside the arguments for my case, I also have death anxiety. Okay,
Oh,
if I
okay.
believe
I
that,
have. Yeah.
I will lose my mind if I believe that.
That's fair. That's fair. That's good to know about yourself. I think death is like one of my favorite subjects with it. I've had a relationship with death since I was like 8 years old. So for me, I love it. I'm so comforted. She is like my relief.
Oh well, if you love it,
No,
hold
that's not the
still.
same thing. That's not the same thing. You know,
I'm just
that's not
kidding.
the same thing.
I'm just kidding.
But yeah, that's
Situ-
there is like a relief to me where I'm like, oh, how like Marcus Aurelius even talks about this in Meditations. I know I just finished it, but he even talks about this where like to be one with your nature is to accept your nature, and your nature is to live and to die. And if you do not accept your death, you are not one in like you're not one with your nature. And so that's how I feel.
Oh, totally.
Where like
Totally, yeah. But
you know,
but accepting your death doesn't mean that that you have to accept nothingness.
for sure.
It's not the same
That's
thing.
just my happy thought.
Okay.
That's just my happy thought.
Why does that make you happy? That like everything that you enjoy will like end, like it will end. Why does that make you happy?
Well, if I'm being completely transparent and a little bit vulnerable, I would say that um I would love to take an internal nap. Like I do a lot and I've experienced a lot in life and it's very lovely and I appreciate that I'm here, but I'm good. I experience zero FOMO experiences. Like if I never left my house again for the rest of my life, I'd be fine. If I'm like in Europe right now and people are like, "Why aren't you traveling?" And I was like, I don't experience FOMO. If I died now, I'd be like, "Okay." Like I would prefer not to die right now. Like nobody, I'm not trying to like, manifest it. But at the same time, I'm not the kind of person that holds on to life very much. It's just like this is here. I'm here for a while and I know I'll die. I think the saddest part might be like maybe leaving my partner, but he's going to die before me, so it's going to be fine. Like I'm going to outlive this man, like I outlive all the men. It's just how it's going to go. So dying just feels like nice. It feels like a relief. Like you're just
That's what we say that. You say that now, but we don't know what's going to happen.
well,
But
we don't
if
know,
you wanted to
but the dream is
take that leap of faith, okay. Do you think you're going to be having a conscious experience? Because I know that even when you're asleep, you're not fully conscious when you're asleep, but there is like a consciousness to sleep.
Oh, I'm awake when I'm
When you're
asleep.
dreaming and stuff like
Like I
that.
know I'm dreaming. I interact with my dreams. Like even last night, I was like, okay, we're
You
dreaming.
lucid dream?
Yeah, every night
that
I
what you're
talk.
saying?
I like move
Okay.
stuff. I talk to myself. I know I'm dreaming. I'm like, do we want to wake up or do we want to experience this dream? It's all very real. It's probably why I don't sleep very well at night. I've had this since I was a kid. I feel like I experience life with like a feeling of like 100% more than everyone else. Where everyone feels really numb, I feel like I feel everything, which makes sense because I'm neurodivergent, I have borderline, and I have fibromyalgia, which just indicates a lot of like hyper imagination, hyper awareness. It makes sense that I would have that experience, which means for me, death and nothingness feels like a relief more than a scary thing. It's like, okay, cool. Like I already know I'm going to die. Like I can't deny that. And it's like, okay, what are the perks of dying? Oh, relief. The next generation gets its opportunity to exist. It's not all about you. The cycle
Well, the next
continues.
generation can exist with you in it too.
Yeah, but there's something very important about your elders dying. You have to give the next generation the responsibility of carrying the torch. Like you can't keep it from them by like holding,
Well,
Well,
you can live and do that, right? That's the point of retirement.
I think one of the most beautiful things is the realization that your parents will die. It's such an honor to know them, to love them, to spend time with them. Knowing that you will miss their consciousness is to acknowledge how important it is to spend that time with them, right? To acknowledge that they are alive. So I take it more as an opportunity to be grateful.
Okay. I would agree that that's a good way to view it upon their death, but that still doesn't make it a positive thing, right? That they're dead.
Well, it's more like, well, I come from a culture that first and foremost embraces death because we're Catholic. The best thing
Okay.
to do is die. Like Saint Therese of Lisieux said to her mother, I can't wait for you to die so you can go to heaven. So,
Okay, I see what you're saying,
you
I
know,
think.
the idea is like death is an opportunity to be with Christ. Why would you fear it? Death is an opportunity to be one with nature.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, 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 no. I'm not saying you should fear death. That's not what I'm trying to say. No. I
Oh,
I agree with all of that completely.
okay.
That death is something you have to accept.
Sure.
I don't want to have death anxiety.
What, yeah, yeah. Is death anxiety like a medical condition, you're saying?
I don't know. I see a therapist and I discuss it a lot with her, but like I definitely have anxiety. I've been diagnosed with anxiety,
Sure.
but
Same.
death anxiety is more of a it's more of like a just kind of an informal way of like recognizing, like that's one of the things I'm anxious about is dying. And I would not want there to be nothingness. In fact, the thing that is helping me cope with it is the idea that there isn't nothingness.
Sure.
you know,
That makes
I told
sense.
you I grew up in a household that did not like religious belief.
Hmm.
That was pounded into me from when I was a kid that there's nothing. You're just not even gonna know what's happening. You're just gone. It's
Yeah.
just gone. You're not gonna feel bad because you're not gonna know what's happening, and that just terrifies the shit out of me. And
Fair.
it has for my whole life. And I don't know how to shake that feeling. And I don't think it's a bad feeling. To me it's like it's another challenge God gave me. It's because I do have to accept my death. And it's a call to make sure that my works are the best that they can be in
Mm.
this life. And there's nothing I would love better than to and so that's something to look forward to. It's like now, like there's stakes in my life, and
Mm.
that's awesome. I love that there's stakes and responsibilities and duties in my life. I would not want to I would not want to sit here and jerk off to porn all day
Sure.
and play video games all day as a lifestyle choice for myself. And it's just that's why I exist. I make my money. I eat and I shit and I piss and I game and I fuck and all the appetites. If it's just appetites, it's like no,
For sure.
don't like this.
Yeah.
This is hell to me.
Well, I think that's
Literally.
why hedonism, I would say hedonism is like my greatest nightmare because it's
Yes.
just so meaningless. Like it's just so without meaning. But I actually think like when I'm explaining nothingness, I'm also explaining that like I am a tree, I am a flower. Like the flower has a life and a death, and I go back into the soil and I become a part of the earth. Like there's a cycle to my life. So I'm
Mhm.
accepting that I'm a part of that cycle instead of rejecting or holding on to the attachment that I need to be something greater than that. I don't want to
Mhm.
I don't want to tell myself a lie that I'm greater, and I don't want to tell myself that a lie that I'm less. I am exactly what I am. So I am
Mhm.
neither this like made in God's image. I don't need to tell myself that narrative, nor am I worthless and nothingness. I am exactly what I am, exactly a part of the universe, exactly playing my part as a part of like the universe. Like I'm a flower in the tree and I play a role in the soil, I play a role in the universe. I'm like the floating rocks in space. I am just as valuable as them, and that is pretty valuable, but it's also without moralizing. It's without judgment. When I judge people, I don't judge to condemn. I'm not God. I judge to assess, to organize, to categorize, to say, do I perceive this person correctly? Am I having a good relationship with my observation? That is what judgment is for.
Yeah.
Judgment isn't meant to condemn. I don't have that power.
Well, yeah, I mean, Christ didn't say don't judge. He said don't judge in a manner that you cannot accept yourself if it is
Mm,
brought back to you. It's another thing that it discourages pride, right?
sure.
It's like it's not he isn't saying don't judge, he's saying don't judge pridefully. Judge with humility.
I agree. I
Don't
think that's
say
the,
things to
yeah.
somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, like don't say things to somebody that if you were to engage in the same action, which you inevitably will, because you're a flawed and fallible person,
Sure.
do not reject the criticism, you
Mm,
know, if that is to fall upon you.
sure.
So like I judge things all the time, but if somebody says the same thing to me, makes it known to me, I'm going to try my best to be like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
I gotcha. I've changed my mind on so many things
Sure.
in my life, like like recently, the past couple of years,
Well, you
I've
seem
changed my
very
mind.
curious. You know, you seem very like you're looking for something, right? It takes a
Yeah,
level of open mindedness to be that person who changes.
yeah. I don't know how open minded I am, but
I mean, we're
sure,
all
yeah,
limited, right? We all have a line in the sand we draw. I'm only open minded to an extent, right?
yeah, um, yeah. Putting the progressive and progressive conservatism, yeah,
There you go.
which I haven't gotten into with you yet.
Yeah.
Um, but
Do you want to?
yeah, if you want to, yeah,
Sure.
sure.
I'd love to hear about it.
Yeah, because you, I remember after that panel, you were under the impression I'm a conservative guy. I seemed conservative coded to
Sure.
you, you could say. Um, and I'd say that's about half true. So I when it comes to I apply this to social issues and cultural issues and economic issues too. I'm a progressive conservative. That's what I call myself, and it's actually, as a tradition, it started in the United States with Theodore Roosevelt, the
Mm.
president. He identified as, and he described it in a lot of different ways, but he basically said it's the idea that progress and tradition, in more ways than we like to acknowledge, are compatible,
For sure.
and they're not as at odds as we think it is, and there are inevitably going to be progressive people. So and to give a definition to that, progressive meaning people who are pushing for new, untested ideas, innovative, creative ideas in in your given social context. And but conservative minded people who are like, hey, there's a traditional way of doing things. This is how things have been done for a long time. Seems like it's working.
Hmm. Yeah.
Seems like it's going pretty well. And both of these, and so when you have like a pluralistic society where these things are kind of commingling and they're clashing and they're interacting, they're thesis antithesis, and then the progressive conservatism, you could say, is the synthesis.
Hmm.
And that's a philosophy that Teddy K had. And is that the nickname for him, Teddy
I
K,
think
or am
so.
I
Or
thinking of
Teddy.
something else?
Yeah. Teddy.
Teddy, yeah, Teddy, not to be confused with the Peter Griffin bear. Yeah. And, and so yeah, but in my country, Canada, it's a huge tradition, progressive conservatism, because progressive conservatism was kind of really a thing with Teddy. It wasn't really a thing after Teddy in the U.S. It's not really a thing today, that's for sure.
Mm.
Unless you count, like, unless you find these niche
Yeah.
examples. Maybe Mitt Romney is like that. Like, where does he belong? No one fucking knows
Yeah. Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah. Probably in a
So
binder somewhere.
probably he's getting old. And in my country, Canada, we've had like supermajority prime ministers
Mm.
in a party called the Progressive Conservative Party. Doesn't exist anymore federally
Oh.
as a party,
Okay.
but it does exist locally.
Sure.
And well, in Ontario, for example, it's still a big thing. There's an old member of the Ontario legislature who's a progressive conservative, and one definition that he gave of it that I think is really cool is it's making sure that change is progress. So there's going to be a lot of criticism of some libtarded stuff in
Sure.
that, but inevitably, but it's just making sure that like you're supporting progress from a framework of tradition. So you're saying tradition is good.
Yeah.
We have normalcy, and we have a normal way of doing things. We have a normal way of doing things that we have passed down since the beginning. This is something that we got to protect and preserve. But in order to protect and preserve that, we do need some progress too, because if we don't, we risk losing that. Here's a really good example. Prime Minister of the UK, David Cameron. This was like 10 years ago, I think. He legalized gay marriage in the UK. That was how gay marriage got legalized in the UK, was through David Cameron. and which is weird because he's like a conservative. People are like, you're supposed to, you're one of the libtards now. You're
Mm-hmm.
supposed to serve the conservative prime minister of the UK. What the fuck is this? And he said, well, I'm a progressive conservative. And to quote him exactly, he said, conservatism is about the ties that bind us. It's about, law abiding, pro social, upwardly mobile, normal life and protecting that and the means in which that's been passed down from generation to generation. And marriage is one of the best institutions that we've been able to preserve. And what's the alternative? This is a big conservative thing that I hear. Mostly economic conservatives, like you know who Thomas Sowell is,
Yeah.
or Sowell, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is like he says that all the time. You like his big issue with progressives is they don't ever ask what's the alternative when they're coming up with new ideas. It's like,
Sure.
well, hold on, think about, So David Cameron asks this. He kind of subverts this in a way. He says, gay marriage. Okay, gay people get married. Well, what's the alternative? Because if we don't let them get married, what's the alternative?
Sure.
You know what they're going to do? They're going to go to the gay bars. They're going to fuck each other all the time. They're going to give each other AIDS. Okay, not good. Okay, this is not a. You think this is a more Christly, holy society? Absolutely not.
Interesting.
So if we let them get married, it's like, and again, we're letting them get married. You don't have to individually agree
Sure.
that that's a valid form of marriage. You don't have to accept that framework of marriage. But if we let them do it, we are consequentially we are encouraging, or more so, we are no longer discouraging more traditional life for this traditional group of people. So this is kind of how I go about it, is I care, like, as a Canadian, I care about the traditions and norms in Canadian society. That most of this stuff overlaps in America, but there are some significant differences. I care a lot about preserving the institution of the monarchy. Another way that Canada is more right-wing, we're a fucking monarchy. Everybody who wants to be a republic like you guys is like a leftist here. They're like, man, fuck this king shit. Let's kill him. And, not literally, let's kill him.
Yeah.
Some people,
maybe let them eat cake. I get it.
Yeah. I care a lot about preserving that institution. And as far as other Canadian specific shit, like Catholicism is our traditional religion. I think Catholicism's dope. I think for the most, I'm not as educated on it yet. I'm going to become more educated, but most of the gatherings I've gotten from it is that it's mostly true. And like as far as all the other words I can think of, that one is the closest to the truth for me. As far as, I'm a flawed, fallible human. There are things that are incomprehensible to the human mind. So I don't go all in, but on what I know and assume I know everything. But
sure,
that I gravitate towards that being the most true at this time. And I want to preserve that. And people attack it all the time in a lot of different ways and criticize it in ways that I think are hold on, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
True.
Guys, like, so that's like, a lot of, and then all the values that are associated with that, marriage, family, and of course, I'm a very patriotic guy. I want to preserve my national identity, and cultural cohesion. So, but also, like, I'm the progressive part of me, the progressive conservatism is like, let's try to invite all of these groups that we intuitively were like, these guys are fucking freaks. Look at all this gay, transgender stuff.
Yeah.
Look at all these fucking freaks we got running around with their fucking non-10 genders. What the fuck? Like, and I'm thinking like, okay, like, what is the most, if we like, if we have evidence, because I think we have evidence that these people are basically just like natural. They just, it's just a part of nature that these guys exist.
Sure.
We're not going to stop it. Right. We've done the gay conversion shit. Right. It doesn't work. It's, there are gay people who choose abstinence.
Sure. That's a very Catholic narrative, is like, you just have to be absent. Like my parents have 3 gay kids. So out of the 10, so they always say like,
I don't, some people consider this conversion therapy. I don't consider this conversion therapy at Some people have
What,
issues with,
abstinence?
well, like a gay. This is something I've heard progressives take issue with me, like just in my life. The idea of a gay man, let's say, who is a Catholic, wants to practice abstinence, and so they seek guidance from the church on how to practice abstinence,
Sure.
so they do not act on their homosexual urges, basically.
Well, what they're not
Um,
acting on realistically is premarital sex, because you can't have premarital sex as a Catholic either. And
exactly.
so, since gay people can't get married in the church, anytime they have gay sex, it's premarital. So, really,
Yeah.
you know,
That's what I yeah. That's the disconnect. Yeah. So I don't consider that like a form of conversion therapy.
sure.
Just clarifying, like when I say conversion therapy,
You mean like the
like
bad shit?
the camp, I want to be more the bad shit is a little vague.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is like, the camps, they put you in the camps and they go through all these regimes and all like
Mm-hmm.
pseudo therapies with you.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they put you in a fucking like shock chair
Mm-hmm.
and fucking,
Mm-hmm.
like this stuff that's basically just like you're torturing these
Yeah.
guys, and there's no outcome manifesting from that.
Yeah.
It seems like this is not working, and the existence of this is just like discouraging people from the worldview. Like it's
Yeah.
just bad for the
So it's like
worldview.
just to clarify then, when we go back to the beginning of the conversation, we were talking about like the way you vote versus the person that you are. So like, are you in favor of legalizing gay marriage and like,
Yeah,
okay, and all of that stuff? Okay, see, that's interesting, which is what I was talking about, because like I
that's the
come,
progressive in the
that's the
progressive
progressive.
conservative. Is like,
Yeah, I
yeah,
see
yeah.
that. I see
So
that.
so for
Okay.
me, like, yeah. So for like, but when it comes to, but like culturally, like
Mm.
I am very culturally conservative. So if you're gay, I'm like, okay, get married and raise a kid.
Sure, 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 sure.
you know,
Do you think we're obligated to have children?
yes,
Why?
because life is precious. Life is a gift that God gave us, and if we opt out of that, I think we're doing a disservice. My mic keeps fucking up. I think we're doing God a disservice if we don't aim for that. But of course, like I'm not going to sit here and say, I mean, people have to come to that voluntarily,
Sure,
and I'm not
of
going to sit
course.
here and say that we need to like state mandate it or anything.
Mm.
I support state initiative to encourage it,
Sure,
right?
sure, sure.
Um, but yeah, like that's the thing about cats. You're not going to put them in a box politically. They're all over the place. But
Yeah, yeah.
as far as like, but going back to the progressive part of the progressive conservatism, like that's like what I would say. That's how I would want someone who is gay to be, or if somebody is transgender, right? So let's say you're a trans woman or something. It's like, well, it seems like, and I know that, and this is where I deviate from the right, because the right doesn't seem to think it's like a thing,
Yeah.
really. Um, they don't, which is, and because they're, and I think the left kind of fucks themselves over with this too. People are so focused on the philosophy of it, the philosophy of gender, of what is a woman, stuff. I just feel like that's the wrong framing, but that's how everybody frames it, right? It's
Sure.
like, well, trans women aren't female. They're not born female. They're not of the female sex. So, and it's like, sure, but the way that like the facts seem to present it is, this seems to be, with what little evidence there is, like a naturally occurring thing. So the question from there is like, okay, what do we do about this? Because I feel like we're we're running back into the same issue that we had with the whole gay conversion shit. Kind of. Not It's not the same. I'm
Right.
not saying it's the same, but we don't want to like completely oppose this group of people in society, because we're just going to encourage, we are inevitably going to encourage this backlash where those people are going to fall into sin. Like the trans people are going to
Mhm.
pursue more sinful lives if we don't try to invite them into traditional life. I think churches, for
Mm.
the most part, are adapting to this right now. They're trying to invite trans people into the church and stuff like that, and be like welcoming to them, and give that, it's again that separation I made at the beginning between shame and encouragement.
Sure,
Like
sure,
we
sure.
got to push the shame isn't working. We played the
So,
experiments out.
wait, so if a trans person in your ideal world joined the church, would they detransition?
But they no, that's not what I'm saying. So I'm saying that I'm saying that a trans person is inevitably going to exist. So
Right.
that's the
That's
right.
a
So that
huge deviation in thought, which is really
yes, I
interesting because
agree.
then because it's an implication, it's an implication from the Catholicism bubble that like God made a mistake.
I disagree. So I
Interesting.
think
Okay.
that yeah, no, well, like if that person, I feel the same way about homosexuals. Like if that person naturally exists, that means that God did not make a mistake because God cannot make mistakes in
Okay.
nature. So, and it seems like, well, okay, the evidence seems to be pointing to this being a natural thing. And this, yeah, this is like where I'm more progressive in my, this is like the progressive part of me is
Interesting. Because
there are these,
yeah, go ahead. Well, I wanted your thought. I'll ask my question after. Go
I
ahead.
was just going to say like, so yes, these people do exist. So they're going to transition, they're going to do the stuff. The question from there, from the conservative point of view, for me should be, okay, what do we do about that? They're there. What do we do? We
Mm,
don't from a culturally conservative perspective, I do not want these people getting into like polyamorous non-committal situations and like
yeah.
and having casual sex all the time and like just butt fucking each other until they die and that's their life and and like what is the life that we prescribe everybody to live?
Sure.
Okay, let's prescribe it onto them too in the same way we do with everybody else. That's how we preserve traditional life. We take the groups of people that are not a part of traditional life, we make them a part of traditional life. But we do that, right? The problem is the right says fuck like no. They are not a part of traditional life.
Right.
They need to there is something like wrong with their very nature almost. Or sorry, wrong with the idea of it almost because they don't believe it's their nature, right? That's the disconnect that I would have with the right.
Yeah.
And because of that disconnect, I think they're not intentionally doing this, but they're encouraging a less traditional society.
Sure.
And that's a very hot take amongst right. But then on the left wing side, the issue that I have is they're just like, let them do what they want. Who are you to judge?
Sure.
And then it's like, do whatever the fuck you want, live your life, whatever. And I'm just like, well, no, we have to have social cohesion. If we're going to live in a pluralistic society, different people, everybody can't just be left to their own appetites all the time. Okay,
Sure.
we have to have social cohesion. So yeah, that's like just one example. That's like the example, the progressive conservatism in me as applied to culture. And then from an economic perspective, if you want to get into the economics, we can.
I have two thoughts. The
Sure.
first thought is it's interesting because with homosexuality, it's easy to say like no premarital sex, but you can be Catholic. With trans people, it's harder to say like you can't identify or have the trans experience while being Catholic. It's interesting how that would play out. I think for a lot of atheists or previously religious people, one of the confirmations that religion isn't real is sort of its openness to change in some ways, but at the same time, that makes sense that it would happen. The second thought I'm having is sort of in relation to the why. And I agree with you. I have this sort of narrative, and maybe it's because I grew up Catholic, that you should do sex work but with dignity. Like you should do drugs but with like dignity. You should have premarital sex but with dignity, please. Like you should do things, any lifestyle, but like with the dignity. Move towards your joy.
What do you mean? What do you mean with dignity?
Meaning, closest to, joy and furthest from evil. So like a sex worker would have like morals and ethics. I don't think the sex work itself is what's immoral. I think it's the relationship you're having with yourself. I don't think being gay is immoral or trans is immoral. It's the relationship you're having with those things. So like you're afraid of society not having a traditional lifestyle. I'm afraid of society not having dignity within their untraditional lifestyle. So I feel like sometimes when people go into the hedonistic, do whatever you want bubble, they forget to like bring in the dignity. Like, hey, have restraint. Don't just let it go to the wind. Have morals. Have black and white like understandings of not going into temptation, have dignity with this whatever you're doing. But it's not the thing that I think is undignified. I don't think being a stripper is undignified. I think the kind of stripper you are, but it's not the stripper part. It's the kind of person you are that's undignified. I don't think being a Muslim or a Catholic makes you undignified. If anything, I would say, or rather, I don't think it automatically makes you dignified. I would say the kind of Muslim you are, the kind of Catholic you are is where the dignity is. So it's not the premarital sex that makes you undignified. It's the relationship you're having with the premarital sex. It's like
I'm seeing the
you.
moral subjectivity in you right now.
Yeah.
But setting that aside, we don't agree to disagree once
Sure, sure, sure,
again.
sure, sure.
But the if you mean like, because so I don't want people to be sex workers at
Okay.
all. I don't think it's good for society.
Sure.
I will say that up front. But an individual sex worker, first of all, most of them, I feel like the internet and the kind of like red pill stuff has really like completely skewed the reality of what's actually happening with that.
Totally.
The internet makes it seem like sex workers, prostitutes, sluts, they're just like girl bossing it up.
Yeah.
That's what it is. So
Where
that's the
everyone
life.
is
You're
doing
girl
it when
bossing it up.
literally it's hardly
This is
anyone.
this is the experience. Well, I'm just saying in a vacuum, just the sex, not women as like a group, just the sex workers themselves,
Sure.
the prostitutes themselves. They're just girl bossing it up, and they love fucking, and they love sex, and they love sucking dick, and all this stuff. And that's like how the outrage space on the internet portrays it. What it actually is it sucks for like most people doing it. They don't like that they're doing it. They're like, I don't want to be here. I want to be doing something better than this. I want to be doing something that is like I feel called to something higher than, and it doesn't often feel dignified. And in most cases, because sex work is not OnlyFans. This is a small minority of the equation where that space kind of gives you like the autonomy. There's like a lot more autonomy than if you were to work for Pornhub, you
Sure.
know? Or I don't know if it's, or whatever. I don't know if they hire people or if it's just they just distribute it.
Yeah,
I don't
like if
know
you do traditional
how it fucking
production
works. But
porn companies is going to be different than working independent. Yeah, sure.
yeah, or working as a stripper,
Sure.
or like these more, or even just you're just on the street as a prostitute or an escort or whatever.
Sure.
Like people don't like doing this, and there's a reason for that, and it's because the kinds of markets that these are so, and I'm not saying like every situation is exploitative, but they are so open to exploitation. I mean, it's so unique compared to every other form, because every other form of work, this is where I disagree with like all these guys like Destiny and stuff like that. I'm foundationally different than a lot of like the more kind of like social, like Vosh and like Hassan Piker and all these people. I'm so foundationally different than them because they just view it as like working at McDonald's. And it's like, that is not true. That is not true at all. Because they're in the like upper income echelon. I think like these people live in, all these like red pill guys, they live in like Atlanta, they live, or not, like Miami or something. Miami. It's like, this is such a, and like not just Miami, but like the high life in Miami.
Sure.
This is a world that is cut off from everybody else. And so they just view it as like, yeah, you're just like working a job. But it's like, no, that's not how it works most of the time. And I just find that view like crazy, because it's like sex is this intimate thing. It's intimate. It is private. It's you are the most vulnerable when you're doing this. Like you are, and like physically vulnerable at the very least, and you're giving that to another person. People don't like, right? So monetizing that, I see issues with that. First of all, I always tell guys like, don't watch this stuff. Like find a girlfriend, find a relationship. I always recommend that, like, because so many guys distract themselves with this, and it's especially bad with kids. Like children are like it's so accessible. It's so hard for parents to regulate. You would like, because social media is and the internet is such an integral part of the world now. Parents cannot cut their kids off just pragmatically, or you will turn your child into like a very antisocial child. It's just that's just how the technology's evolved. And if you let your kids online like that, like they're probably going to find porn. Like it is that easy. It is so easy.
Yeah.
And that's a problem, because kids are watching porn at a rate where it is more powerful to them than sex education, even if you get sex education,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's setting aside the fact that like kids are watching the shit before they even get sex education now. So, and you're getting this incredibly unrealistic idea of what sex is, of how it works, and holy shit.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, that was a
and
huge problem in my generation growing up. It was literally the biggest problem was dismantling millennial men's perception of sex because they thought having sex with women was like it wasn't a porno, and it's like it's
not absolutely not
it's like
true. Yeah.
acting. Like you're watching a movie and you're like, "Oh yeah, I guess life's like Die
It's
Hard." It's like
acting, it's
mm,
acting, but it's not acting because they actually are having intercourse on camera, right?
yeah, but
Like they're
a lot of
actually
it
doing
is
it. But a
yeah,
lot of
sure.
it is performative. It is performative, but because they are, this is what makes it different from like watching a sex scene in a film.
Sure.
Is sex scene in a film, they're not actually having sex, and
Yeah.
it's obvious, like because you're not seeing the
Yeah.
stuff that's happening. You see a body
Sort of
interacting
like a
with another body
silhouette, yeah, or whatever.
naked,
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
like you don't like see it, right?
Yeah,
Porn, you're seeing everything. That's the point. You
sure.
see every nook and cranny, okay? And, and it's it's portray it's meant to the goal of it is to elicit like that erotic sensation in you. And it's supposed to feel like it's an authentically sexual thing happening, even though it's not, even though it's performed,
Sure.
yada yada yada. Now adults can, I think adults can figure that out themselves. But kids, it's like fuck no. Like we got to do something about this,
Sure.
right? Like I do believe that sincerely, and I feel like a lot of the times people are just scared to do something about it because they think, oh, you sound like a conservative, you sound like a trad con
Yeah.
or
Well, it's
something.
strange
And that
because like
bugs me because it's such a normal position.
well, you know
Like
what's weird is that position I only ever heard from feminists growing up. Because
I
the
agree.
conservatives wanted to like ban it, but the feminists wanted to educate kids on why porn wasn't real. And I think those are two narratives that are now changing where I think conservatives are more interested in teaching kids that like it's not real versus like full on just like focusing on the banning part. The problem is like I wish they would catch up with the sex education part. But also we have to understand like none of these things are going to make us like my parents didn't give us the best sex education talks. Like that wasn't something
Yeah,
even though they had 10 kids, you think it'd be easy enough, but they had a
have
problem.
enough practice. Yeah.
They had I think they had a problem communicating it. And so it's kind of interesting, how much of it we still
Yeah.
had to go out and find out on our own. And I think that
Hmm.
that's just a reality. It's like parents aren't educated themselves enough to explain it or they're embarrassed or they have some sort of shame element or something. I'm not even sure what my parents like I should ask them now like now that they're in their 60s like why didn't you just tell us what literally sex was when we asked cuz now we had to go look for it versus like them trying to like it was just weird. Like
That's what I was referring to earlier, where unintentionally, people who are traditionalist, that in my opinion have the right values, say and do things that discourage those values out of people. Because
for sure.
if you don't have, if you don't like just pick up, like accept how uncomfortable it is
Right.
for a brief moment,
Right.
suffer for a little bit through it, and just bear that load, bear that responsibility,
Right.
bear your cross, you will probably have a more conservative outcome.
Yeah.
Parents who can talk to their kids about this stuff, tell them what to expect, tell them just realistically what happens. Like these people are more likely to have long-term successful monogamous relationships. That's been shown.
I
And
could see that. Yeah.
yeah, but I'm also not, but with the ban it thing, like conservatives still would not be complaining about banning porn.
Sure,
Let's
sure,
be
sure.
clear.
Of course, right?
And
Yeah.
to, to be honest, I probably wouldn't complain much either.
Sure.
But I'm not into the ban it thing. What I want to do is like I would want there to be some kind of age verification that
Oh,
works.
yeah, that'd be nice,
Like
obviously.
yeah, that's like conservatives in my country, that's like what they're focused on. The conservatives in the Senate working on a framework for it right now, and
Hmm.
we had a vote on it in the
That could be
House.
interesting.
Actually, the one of the less popular, the not popular leftist party actually supported the conservatives with it.
Hmm.
That's cool. It's nice because it makes it feel normal. Now it's like,
Yeah.
okay, well, this isn't. You don't have to be like ew conservative thing.
Sure, sure.
Because
Well,
a progressive person can
I
understand.
think that's the problem is like either ideas are good ideas or not, but I think that's why I don't enjoy politics and why I left it because it felt like even if it was a good idea, you wouldn't adhere to it because it didn't fit your label or like your team wasn't voting
Yes.
for it. So that
Yes.
frustrates me, which is why I think like philosophy
Yes.
ultimately is probably better because you're going for this like what is the answer regardless of your skin color or your identity
Yeah.
or because I do think there's like an
Yeah.
answer, whatever that might be, even though I don't think it's objective. Now, really fast, pause. I have to pee so bad. Do you need a break or do you want to entertain my audience while I go pee?
I'm not gonna read your chat, but I will entertain them.
Okay, don't break
Oh,
my TOS. Don't get me in trouble. Don't say any slurs or anything. Okay, I'll be right back.
oh.
You better be good, Lehman. I'll be right
Okay.
back, guys.
Mm-hmm. All right. So what do you guys think of those stinking, disgusting? No, I'm not gonna. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I wouldn't do that to her. I wouldn't do that to Brittany Simon or Simone. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, actually. Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe I should chat Brittany. I'll give your chat a little peek. Let's see what's going on in this chat. I hope you guys like me. I hope you guys don't think I'm fucking crazy or anything. Let's take a look. Brittany Simon. I'm looking you up right now, Brittany. How you doing? Let's have a gander at this chat. Let's get a look at this. Let's get a look at this. All right. Slurs wouldn't be very Catholic. True. Yes, we are. Yes, you are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. Maybe owed is better expressed as an ought, like for a healthy, prosperous society. You ought to have 2.3 children, but you don't. But you don't. But you don't owe the children. I have no idea what that means. Cognitive dissonance. LOL, not Simony? Simony? Is that what you're spelling? Brittany Simony? Is that her name? Simony? Brittany Simone. LOL. Says Alice in Psycholand. Look at us. Oh, got a peek. Brittany. Is that how you pronounce it? Sim1? Sim1? Yeah, bro, you're interesting to listen to. Thanks, Alec. I knew we would be tempted to reach. Start following you after the panel. Layman, enjoying the stream today. Best behavior kitties. We're mostly enjoying the views. Is he reading us? Yes, that was my comment. Oh, he is. No LOL, like Simon said. Simon? Oh, it's Brittany Simon. Thank you, Alex, in the chat. It's Brittany Simon. Don't be afraid you're welcome here. Just step up the hedonism. Sorry. Yeah. I am not going to step up the hedonism. I don't hate hedonists. I hate hedonism. Hedonism is a terrible philosophy. Drove me to some very bad places. My man is struggling. Yeah, well, we're all struggling, aren't we? Aurora. I was like Paul Simon. Okay, Brittany Simon. Yeah. I got you. It's Simon, honey. Oh, it's Simon, honey. Thanks, the Shadow Bee. To me, opting in or out is a choice, and I won't judge someone for opting out. But if you're going to be human and in society, then I don't think you owe nothing. It's like a thing we can't do. I don't know what that means, Conrad Corbel. So your name is Corbel? You're an admin. I won't criticize you too hard. I don't want to get banned from the stream of Brittany Simon.
I might ban you.
Oh no. I was reading your chat.
Nice. You did. You gave into temptation. You read the chat.
I did. I gave into temptation. No.
How do you feel about temptation? How do you keep yourself from falling into it?
Well, I know how I feel when I do. It's not good.
Yeah.
So I think of the outcome, and I know that that part of my nature is telling me don't when I do it. Like right before this will be the first thing I say, confession. Today, don't worry, it's not that juicy. Today, the burger was juicy though. Nice. I had 2 giant fucking sandwiches, 2 big KFC sandwiches were coming on here. I thought I was gonna fucking vomit before I came. 10 minutes before the stream started. Thankfully, it's passed, but yeah, that gluttony.
Mm.
Gluttony. That's the sin that gets me.
Mm,
Is I
mm,
just
mm.
fucking I love food so much. I actually used to be fat at
Mm.
one point in my life. Um, I was a I was 13 years old. Heaviest I weighed was 250. 250 was the
Wow.
heaviest I weighed,
How tall are you?
and 6'2",
Mm.
and now I'm at 187. But I was at 160. That was my lowest, and I
Mm.
maintained
You
that
look
for
good
years.
now. Yeah, you look
Thank
good now.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. But
Yeah.
160 on like the BMI scale. I know the BMI scale isn't like
Sure.
perfect. I don't just go off of it, but
Sure.
like if you look at like the spectrum of healthy weight for my
Yeah.
height, like 165, 160, that's like the healthiest. It's
Mm.
like the healthiest you can be.
Interesting.
So I'm a healthy weight right now. I'm
Mhm.
187 as of this morning.
Mhm.
I weigh myself every morning. But I weigh myself every morning for a reason. It's
Sure.
because I feel hungry like all the fucking time. I'm a bottomless pit. I don't
Mhm.
feel full ever. I grew up vegetarian,
Oh, making up for lost
and
times.
yeah. But when you're vegetarian and you don't do it very well,
Sure.
you don't get a lot of protein in your diet.
Mm.
And I also didn't really drink water
Oh.
very much.
Mm.
But those are like the two appetite suppressants
Yeah, yeah,
as far
yeah.
as like just natural ways to get appetite suppressants.
Sure.
So I was like always fucking hungry, always hungry. Now I know, okay, I'm
That's so
drinking 3
interesting.
liters of water a day, and I'm getting at least 50 grams of
That's
protein
yeah.
a day.
Mhm. That's good.
And now I actually feel full. I actually don't. I feel like
Fascinating.
I've satiated my hunger. Never felt that for most of my
That's
life.
crazy
So
to never feel full your whole life, bro.
I
That's kind of
know
crazy. By the
when I
way,
weighed
wait,
160.
before I forget, because Conrad super chatted for you in your honor. He said, "Tell him he can judge and go in hard. Everybody else does." True. We go in on Conrad. We go in on everybody because we love you so much. We love the discourse. So thank you, Conrad, for that super chat. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Yeah,
Sorry,
I
Lehman. Go
mean,
ahead.
yeah, I was just gonna say like when I was like I remember I was 160. I'm
Mm,
sitting at the dinner table. I got this extra large pizza in front.
mm-hmm.
Okay, I eat this whole pizza. Everybody's looking at me like, how did you fit that inside of that skinny little body of yours?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm ready to eat another.
Let's go. Let's go. That's so wait, your parents, you sound like you're such a rebel. You became such a conservative. Look at you, conservative progressive, but your parents were like these liberal, anti-atheist, vegetarian vegans?
They were not vegetarian vegans. So what happened was when I was 7, I didn't know what meat was till I was like 7 or 8 years old. I didn't know that it was an animal. I
Oh,
thought it was just like I thought like because I knew what chickens were,
sure.
and I knew there was like the food chicken, and those were like different things
To
when I was
you.
a small child. I
Okay.
didn't know that that was the same thing because that was incomprehensible to me
That's
that you
great.
could like kill something
Sure.
and then fucking kill a living thing and then eat it.
Mm-hmm.
That was an insane idea to me. So when I discovered this because my like what happens is like the way that it okay, so here's a dining room, right? So I'm facing this way, and then my parents are facing this way. So my mother is across from me, and then my dad is over here. And then there's like the TV is like way back here somewhere. So my dad's always seated where he can see the TV. My mom and I
Mm.
don't give a fuck. And then dad's looking at the TV. It's like 7 years old, and he's like, "Oh, Joe, look at that." Because sometimes he like if there was like something a little uncomfortable, he would just be like, "Look at that," like just to give me. I think it was good because it develops a resilience in you. But he did this with a butcher cutting up a chicken on like at some farm
Yeah.
somewhere. I don't know. And
Mhm.
I'm like, oh shit, the chicken's dead. I didn't say oh shit, but I was like, oh, the chicken's dead. And then I look at and I can't stop staring at this because it's so insane to me. A 7-year-old boy, you're like, whoa. So I'm looking at this chicken, and then I see the stuff coming out from inside the chicken, and I'm like, wait. I
Yeah.
had a realization. I was, what the fuck? And then my dad was like, yeah, you didn't know that? yeah, that's it. You're eating shit. You're eating that. You're
It's
eating
amazing what our parents
And
think
I was
we
like,
know.
holy shit, what
Yeah.
the fuck? Like, I was fucked up by this. And I was like, I never want to eat this again. And they were just like, okay.
So you did it on your own journey. Like becoming a
guess.
vegetarian, I guess.
I mean, as much autonomy as you have as a
Yeah.
7-year-old. Yeah.
That's so interesting. Yeah, see, my parents did explain that kind of stuff to us. Like, obviously, well, we also learned it through biblical stories, right? Because, like, Abraham gave sacrifice and, like, Cain and Abel gave sacrifice. So, like, we knew, animals came from places. But I guess, because, okay, you know what's really weird is I can't fathom what it must be like growing up without religion. Like, I have
Mhm.
no idea, even though my best friend is that example, at least her parents grew up with some sort of religion. So they kind of
Yeah.
understood. But I don't have that lived experience. So it's hard for me to imagine because so much of what I understand about the world was through scripture. And scripture tells you a lot about life. And so, like, you learn about war and you learn about politics and you learn about liars.
I definitely gravitated to it though. Like, my biggest hobby is films. Like, I'm really into filmmaking. Um
Cool.
and like, so for me growing up, because I didn't have that, like, that's what films were. That's kind of how I think that was like the start of it.
Sure.
Like, the religious journey was films and filmmaking. Um Seeing other people's stories and perspectives outside of myself and in the third person, it's like, whoa, like, um and just trying to understand that.
Do you have any restrictions towards being able to consume films now that you're heading in a more religious direction? My parents have a really hard time finding movies that are clean enough to watch as Catholics.
No. So, well, this is funny. I'm gonna pivot to music.
Okay.
One of my favorite genres of music is black metal. You know
Sure.
what black metal is?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I
So
think so, right?
the reason,
Mhm.
huh?
I think so.
Do you know? Yeah. So, okay. Thanks. Okay.
But
I'll just
explain it
explain
for
what
my
it
audience
is.
to make sure I know what genre that is.
Just in case. Black metal is a genre of metal music. It's like intentionally alienating. It's very lo-fi, so it's like recorded on a fucking potato type sound.
Okay.
It's metal music that's characterized by like very wretched, kind of devilish sounding vocals.
Okay.
Not like aggressive. It's like kind of banshee like, kind of ghastly, kind of devilish. Um, it's very like misanthropic. It's very isolating kind of sound, very cold. The guitars are like these very like tremolo picked, waspy sounding, sometimes like melodic, but waspy sounding, very soaring. It sounds evil and it sounds very haunting. And it got popular initially in the 80s and early 90s is when it blew up in Norway. And the focus was very much on Satanism, but like not Satanism in like this edgy kind of like, it's fucking cool to be like rebellious against religion, man, like kind of thing that you got out of like more popular metal in like the 90s and shit. Like it wasn't like what's a comparison? There's so many. It wasn't like
My chat is asking if Marilyn Manson is black metal, but I don't think so, right?
No.
Right?
Marilyn Manson is not black metal at all. No. If you want an example, like Bursum, Dark Throne, Mayhem, Bathory, this is those are examples. You probably never heard of this shit in your life, and that's probably
I
a
did
good
not.
thing.
I think yeah. Okay, interesting.
I grew up listening to this music when I was like an atheist and stuff,
Sure.
but I love it now, and I want to make a video on this someday. Actually, like why, as a Christian, I like music that just sounds evil and is about what and is very satanic, like in what it's projecting, and I love it because the sound is evil.
Interesting.
Right? So it doesn't sound cool. It doesn't sound glossy or glamorous. It's not like what's the Doja Cat album
the
where she's
Paint Their
like
Town Red or whatever.
like the Paint the Town Red song, where it's like this glitzy, catchy song, but it's like Satan is cool, man. Like it's like the inverse of that, where the satanic lyrics, it's all alienating. It's saying get away from me, right? That's also what Christians are saying. Get away from that. And the music is there's this unintentional, albeit on their part, because they actually are Satanists and they actually are evil people who are making this music for the most part. Like, there's it's like this one man band called Bursum, and the guy who runs it his name is Varg Vikernes.
Love
I
that.
think this is his real name. This is some Norwegian ass name.
Love it.
And yeah, oh, you're not gonna love him. So, but you should, because you should love everybody, even if they're the way they are. So Varg is this like psycho. Okay, he teamed up with this guy who was in another band called Mayhem, and they like committed arson against churches. Like their whole thing was, we are evil. Like it wasn't like we disagree with the church. It was like, no, we are evil, like from within their framework, and we're okay with being,
Sure.
and we want to be evil.
Sure.
It wasn't like, I think Satanism is good. It was like, I know this is evil and I like that it's evil. And they wanted to actually do evil in real life. They committed arson against churches. They murdered people.
Oh,
Varg. What?
They murdered people?
So Varg murdered the guy that he was doing this with because they had a beef. He stabbed him 27 times in the chest. And right? Evil shit. Very evil.
Bro.
He went to prison for Norway. They give first degree murder. Very light on this in Norway. He only got like 15 years in prison.
Sure.
For this. He gets out of prison in 2011. And then he becomes a YouTube content creator.
Oh, of
he
course.
he makes the most insane vlogs you've ever seen in your life. This guy is like, do you know what a Wignat is?
No.
It's a very terminally online far right ideology.
Okay.
It's like this like anti-religious. The term Wignat, I don't even know if I can say the full pronunciation of this. It might be TOS, I don't know. The N word, but there's a W instead of an
sure.
N.
Sure.
Yeah. So it's like that nationalist. So
Okay.
Wig is short for that.
Oh, I
then
get it.
Nat is nationalist.
Okay.
So it's this like absurdist kind of postmodern, like far right ideology. It's very like racial. It's like racial nationalism,
Sure.
but from like kind of this like social Darwinist perspective instead of like it's not like the N words in Germany in the 40s. It's
Sure.
not like those guys where you had this they were kind of trying to make this weird, I mean, Hitler wasn't religious, but he was trying to make this sort of spiritual idealized version of like an Aryan super race. They believe it's like this kind of like natural Darwinian thing. Yeah, so Varg is kind of like this weird pagan, like far right, really doesn't like the Jays,
Sure.
not a fan of the Jays.
Sure.
Sometimes you can hear it in the lyrics.
Oh, Lord.
Sometimes.
Oh my.
just touches of it. But most of his songs are not about that shit, but I see this guy.
Sorry, is it the sound, like the way that it makes you feel about like what is the concept of evil? Do you feel like you're interacting with evil when you listen to his music?
I feel like I'm dancing with it. So I feel
Ooh,
like
interesting. I wonder
I
if you
feel
have a
like I'm-
relationship with evil that I have with death.
maybe. So like, yeah, because I watch horror movies for the same reason
Sure.
as I listen to this.
Sure.
I don't watch like fun horror movies. I watch like fucked up horror movies.
Sure.
I want horror movies to feel evil. I want to know what that feels like, because what it does is it reminds me of what I think is good. Because I'm like, I use it as an example. I'm like, the opposite of this is what's good. And it's presented to me in such a compelling way that I'm like, holy shit, like, yeah. Like if you listen to this guy's music, he has this album called it's I don't know if this is Norwegian. Actually, no, it might be German. He made an album in German, even though he's not German. I wonder why he did that. But it's called Philosophum. This is Filosofem. This is one of the most evil sounding albums I've ever heard in my life. It's like one guitar riff for like 10 minutes on a song, and then sometimes he comes in with these lyrics, and this is what the vocals sound like. They sound like it's like this peaking mic the whole time with this like demonic whisper vocals where he's like,
That's what I
What?
imagined. That's what I imagined. Yeah, yeah. That's what I imagined.
Fuck.
Nice, 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 nice. We're gonna lose Layman here.
Okay. Yeah. So it's but like when you're listening to it, it doesn't sound cool. It doesn't sound cool. It sounds disgusting and
Sure.
terrible. And it's like this reminder of what's good. It's like the
Mm.
opposite of this is where I want to be. It's like
Mm.
this go into reality. That's how I feel. But most people who listen to it are not like this. Most people who listen to it are, yeah, that's based.
Sure.
I feel like a badass. I feel outside of life. And it's the same appeal as like hardcore punk.
Yeah.
Like punk that's like, it sounds like shit. They can't play their instruments. They're just fucking like, "Rah!" Like with the vocals. You know, it's that same kind of appeal, but like up the evil by like 10 million. Like
It's interesting what we focus on to explore ourselves. It's interesting the tools we use to like learn who we are. Like I read books. Like I read a lot of books and I read really fucked up books. And I didn't read, I don't think I found a lot of niche books because I would go to libraries and I found some really dark horror books. Like Poppy Z Bright writes some of the most like fucked up horror I've ever read in my life. It's all very gay and interesting, and I think that's fascinating. And it's like gay serial killers eating Twinks' butts. It's like very interesting. And then he chops them up and eats them literally. And like
some Jeffrey Dahmer shit.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right?
Some like cannibal fucking Southern American serial killer shit. But like when I read it, it's like so interesting because you're like, who is this human? Like humans are so capable. Jordan Peterson has this narrative where he's like always trying to stay away from his evil, his original sin, which is like this knowing he could be a Nazi. That's like his thing, right? He's like anyone could be a Nazi.
Oh, I'm familiar.
Now, obviously, I couldn't be a Nazi. I feel like as an Assyrian, it makes no sense. But I always ask myself, like, what's my version of being a Nazi? Like, what's my
see? Rationally, it makes no sense, but human beings don't act rationally. Okay, rationality is a tool. Remember, you could easily be in that situation.
Yeah, I don't.
Rationality comes after the foundation.
But I think it's necessary to know yourself, to categorize yourself correctly. They're just things I would never do because it doesn't fit my personality. But there are evil things I could do that would fit my personality. Like I think there are things that fit you as a person. Like I just don't think it makes sense for certain people to do certain things. It doesn't fit their narrative as like a biological creature, but I think it makes sense to say that everyone is capable of evil. The question is what kind of evil, because it's easy. How do you feel about this, that people who have never been tempted to do bad aren't really good, they're just put in the right place at the right time to make easy decisions?
Well, I can respond to that with a I just bumped into something with another Jordan Peterson piece of Jordan Peterson wisdom. So something I heard him say that was super useful is that a good man is not a harmless man. A good man is a dangerous man who has it under control. Has it under voluntary control. So he's capable of doing things that are wrong and then chooses not to. That's a sign of a virtuous man. And that sounds like what you're getting at. Yeah.
Yes. And I do agree with that, which is why when people like, I asked them, like, why did you do this, right? Did you do it because you didn't even think it was wrong? Did you do it because you knew it was wrong and you did it anyways? Did you do it because I want to know, like, is this your temptation? Is this not your temptation? What is your temptation? Like, what is the thing?
Yes.
You know, what is the thing that makes you repeat patterns or do certain things? And that idea is very interesting to me because I know that temptation, that's why I have like a code of honor, right? I have my own values, my values that tell me like, oh, as much as you're tempting to engage, like as much as I'm tempted to engage in this bad behavior, like I'm sticking to my code of conduct, you know?
See, I think black metal might do that for me too, because black metal is very isolating.
Sure.
And I like being by myself a lot, but I know that if I'm by myself all the time, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Because you shouldn't be by yourself all the time.
Tell me about that.
I mean, it's not really much else to it. Like I just because like foundationally, this is part of the perennialism. Is one of the perennial traditions is to engage with the community, and that's like a necessary thing you have to do good things unto others. You can't do good things unto others if you're alone. But I like being alone. It's fun. I get to sit here. How? If I don't interact with anybody?
I feel like interacting with the self is a part of interacting with the world, but mostly not harming the world or adding or contributing to harm of the world, I think is helping the community.
Yeah, but by not participating in the community, I'm also not contributing to what's good
Do
either.
you pay taxes?
Yeah,
Okay, well, there you go. Do you
I
drive safely? Are you nice to clerks at the grocery store?
I don't drive.
Good for you. Do you, I mean, when you're out and about, like, do you socialize accordingly? Like, you
Yes.
know?
Well, that's what I mean. But that's what I mean. I have to make my. I don't like doing
Mm,
it like
mm.
naturally. What I like to do is I like to sit by myself and play video games and watch movies.
Sure, sure,
But
sure.
I choose not to
Are
because there
you,
are so many things good that I can do. There's so much potential I have that everybody has that they should not take for granted. And so
mhm.
if I do, I can enjoy myself being alone. But that gnawing part of my brain will say, okay, there's something good you could be doing. You should be doing that. Go
What's
do
the
it.
should
And I'm
from
like,
though? Where
yes.
does that come from? This should.
Well, I just told you it's from perennial tradition, man.
I guess so. Okay, so you're
Based on
adhering to this.
perennialism.
So it's not something that comes from deep within you. It's something you feel like you've took from something and made it into
Well, no,
yourself.
it does come from like in me because I'm telling myself don't do that. Human nature is contradictory.
Sure, sure, sure,
Like
sure. I believe that.
that's what
Life is tiny contradictions.
that's the issue with hedonism is
Sure.
your appetites are contradictory. So you're living in you're to follow them no matter what is just absurd to do.
Sure.
Like you're not gonna have any sense of anything.
How do you feel about an
If you-
online presence or an online community, right?
well, I have online community, so that's
Is
like
that
a part of it. It's
Is
like,
that satisfying?
I'm okay with it, but I like to have more. There's
Yeah.
more that I can do, and I know there's more, so I do that too. Like, I mean, my pretty much I had helicopter parents. I wasn't allowed to just like go hang out with friends or
Mm.
have a girlfriend like until I was 18,
Sure,
basically. I didn't
sure.
even have a cell phone till I was like 19.
I couldn't have a phone
And
until I could pay for it. That's the rule. You want it, you have to pay for it. So I got a car at 18, got a cell phone at 18, got a job at 18. I mean, a real
nice.
job. I always had jobs, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
W-2 job.
So yeah. So I kind of like had to find community online,
Yeah.
for a while. If I didn't have the internet, I probably would have been fucked socially in a lot of different ways. Not that the
Interesting.
internet's a great place, but I learned a lot
Yeah.
from talking to normal people because I didn't get to really spend time with people like that. I was just
Did you grow up
just
in the city or the
wasn't really
country
awesome.
or
Suburbs.
suburbs? Okay, suburbs.
I
Interesting.
live in a urban core right now,
What's an
but
urban core?
like downtown, like in a
Downtown. Okay,
downtown
okay.
urban area. Yeah,
Are you a neurodivergent king?
maybe. I
Do you have
don't know.
ADHD or autism? You don't have
My
to say that on the
therapist,
you don't have to say that on the internet, by the way, if you don't want to tell
my
people.
therapist, a therapist, not the therapist I'm seeing now, but my old therapist thought that I might have been on the autism spectrum. I
Sure.
asked about that because my ex at the time thought that I may have been autistic.
Mhm.
They got me to take some tests. I just scored like the lowest. So it's
Sure.
I mean, if I am autistic, it's nothing of significance. It's
Sure.
irrelevant. Like if I am, I mean, I've never was diagnosed as a kid or anything.
Sure.
So I could be autistic. I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me at the end of the day. And yeah, so maybe I am. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm not. Doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
Life is life.
Interesting. I think I see diagnoses as a way to understand like how a car works. Like I think my body's like a car and I just want to know what kind of car I'm dealing with because I think my consciousness is different from my brain is different from my body. How do you think
Mm,
of it? Like do you think you are your brain?
no.
Okay. You think you have like a soul?
I think we have a soul, an immaterial soul, and I think our biological processes are being guided. What they are to do is being guided by a soul. Yes.
Interesting. So I think I look at if I'm neurodivergent because I want to go get tested because I already am neurodivergent in some aspects, but I want to get formally tested for autism and ADHD. Runs in the family. It's genetic, right? So like, are there
Mhm.
some properties of genetic predispositions at play? So I'm curious because I want to know how my car is running. So I know what's going on. Now, I don't think being autistic like makes you I don't think being anything, mentally ill or anything, makes you anything. I think what makes you a good or bad person are your morals. I don't think anything matters in terms of your diagnoses. What matters is how you have a relationship with those diagnoses. And so that's why I'm interested in it, is to figure,
You mean it doesn't like morally matter?
like, it
Like
doesn't, like,
it's
having
not
autism or
morally
borderline doesn't
relevant to
make you
your
a bad
character.
person, right? Like, I have
Yeah, for sure.
borderline, and even though it's in remission many years now and it's not even a big factor in my life, I'm almost positive if I got re-diagnosed now, I wouldn't qualify, which is normal when you get the right kind of
Mhm.
therapy with borderline. You usually kind of, they say you outgrow it, but where you really do is you actually like understand it and get, move past it. But
Mhm.
it's one of those things where people moralize it, like, oh my god, you have borderline, that makes you a bad person. Everybody with borderline's a horrible person. Like, borderline doesn't make you a horrible person.
Yeah,
You're,
I used to think that when I was 19, I had a friend who had BPD,
sure.
and I thought BPD was something else completely at the
Ah.
time. I conflated BPD with dissociative
Mm.
personality disorder,
DID.
where
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like DID,
Sure.
where you like don't know who you are, like this kind of. I thought it was this kind of um like you don't know what your personality is.
Sure.
So the conclusion I took from that was,
Mm-hmm.
if you have BPD, I can't actually know who you are. You're like some
Mm.
weird, like automaton thing that has like there's like no person in there. It was fucked up.
That's funny because
And
that's not even what DID is, which is even funnier now. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. 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 To be
That's what I
fair,
thought at
yeah.
the time.
Yeah. Yeah. It makes sense.
And so I felt like really uncomfortable when she told me that, and I stopped being friends with her. She
Sure.
was mad at me.
Well,
I
it hurts.
apologized to her. Oh, she should have been mad at me.
Sure.
And I apologized to her 5 years ago, and we're
Wow.
cool now.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, a while
Yeah.
ago now.
Well, it's just
So her and I are
interesting
cool
what we
now.
don't know. I come from a family where it's the opposite, where if you get a diagnosis, they say, that's normal. That's everybody, no matter what the diagnosis is. Cause like other
Yeah.
people's kids are sick, but not our kids, is kind of like their philosophy, which is
Yeah.
like so funny. Cause you're just like, okay. So like, and we're all older now. We're all grown. My parents' kids are all grown. So when we have
Mm,
conversations as a family, we're on like the family threads and we're always like checking in. And I'm
mhm.
always sending videos to my mom. And it's one of those things where if I get a new diagnosis, I just don't tell her at this point because like she's just gonna go, that's everybody. And I'm like, okay, everybody has fibro, everybody has depression, everybody has anxiety. It's just kind of funny. Even
Yeah.
though they'll say like nobody has these things, it's just different things they do. It's a very interesting like world to grow up in, a world where conservatives, like, I grew up in a very philosophy open, discussion open, have any conversation you want open household, but also there's a lot of passion in those
Mhm.
conversations. So it feels like you have
Mhm.
to like navigate them very specifically. We're like, very
Yeah.
homophobic, growing up. And obviously that's where the borderline is from. It was from growing up in an anti-gay home. That's my therapist theory, at least, is that I pre-abandoned myself at 8 years old because I knew I was gay or pansexual. And I knew that I like girls, but I also knew the narrative in the household I grew up in. And I knew the religion I was being raised in. And so now I get to deal with a personality disorder, or had to deal with a personality disorder that wasn't even my option. It was just like, that's what homophobia can do to a gay kid. And I know so many gay people with
Okay.
BPD. It's
Mhm.
fascinating, but it is one of those things, right, where we don't understand the repercussions of our beliefs. And if we don't believe they impact people, I think we also lose out on sort of knowing ourselves. That's why I love a diagnosis. It's like an opportunity to know yourself if it's real, assuming it's the proper diagnosis. The worst part is getting misdiagnosed. It's like so horrible because now you're
Mm,
basing it off the wrong information. So the
mhm.
irony, of course, is like I love Catholicism, but I also was very bad for a gay kid. And even my other gay siblings, like lots of trauma, right? Like just lots of stuff we all get to deal with, religious trauma that we all have to move past. And that's everyone's journey, or had been. So it's interesting how like for some of my siblings, Catholicism was like the best thing ever. It was like they love it. They love their religion. And then for half of
Mm,
us, it was like the reason we all ended up in therapy.
mm,
It's kind of funny.
mhm. Well, I think you could have had Catholic parents under different circumstances that might not have led to that happening, but I don't know. I don't
Sure,
know
sure,
your
sure, sure.
life. So,
Sure.
um, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
um, I don't really know how to respond to
Yeah, well, it's
that.
just You know, it's interesting, like you talking about gay and trans people and sort of like recontextualizing the relationship with them in the church. And of course, I grew up in the 90s as well, right? Where like no one was allowed to come out as gay, at least not in the
Yeah.
bubbles I was being raised in
I'm
California.
not that much younger than you. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So like, you know, it's just interesting. Growing up with that kind of narrative. I saw it on TV, I saw it in the news, I saw people talk about gay people. I remember Matthew Shepard dying, like I remember all these things. So for me, it's like you know, but if I have friends who grew up on the East Coast had a completely different relationship with it, where like everyone was gay and gay people were in Hollywood, and like, how do you not know everyone's gay? And I'm like, well, how did we grow up in two different Americas? Well, because we grew up in different bubbles, right? So it's kind of interesting. You growing up in Canada
Mhm.
and then coming to Catholicism now, and then having this sort of like updated progressive relationship with it. Um, it's just interesting, you know?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I still wouldn't call it like progressive. Like I don't want because I don't want gay people to live like the progressive life. I want them to live a traditional life.
Sure.
And just because I think that's the best thing that facilitates tradition in society is allowing those who have not been a part of the tradition to be a part of tradition. So the progressive part is the inviting them in, but then the conservative part is what's individually being prescribed. So the conservative part is like you get married, have kids, raise a family, go to church, fulfill your obligations as a father, mother. Um, I heard about this thing too. I don't know how true. I'll look into this more. I've heard that in um, some Islamic country, can't
Mm-hmm.
remember what this is. They are okay with like transgender people,
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
like
You're
male to
talking about
female.
Saudi Arabia.
Oh, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. I've heard that there's like within Islam in those country, one of those countries, they allow like transgender male to female or female to male, so long as they are participating in like get married, have kids, all this stuff, as long as they're within a traditional gender role, all that shit, everything's
Yeah,
good.
which means that
Um,
gay people, what it is because I'm Arab, is and I have Arab friends in those countries, is that gay people will
mhm.
transition to stay in their gay relationships, but they are not trans.
Oh,
So
interesting.
it's not
Okay,
actually great. It's Iran. Okay, it's Iran. It's not
it's
good.
Iran.
Like it
Okay,
depends. I don't know. I don't know if it's Saudi or Iran, but like the whole point is like I've heard from the queer people in those circles that it's not great
yeah,
because
that's not my view.
yeah,
I
yeah, it's
was
not that
thinking what I was thinking was
it'd be cool if they were trans and actually living our heterosexual relationships.
well, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah,
Sure.
but that's what I would want out of like a transgender person. I would want that because I recognize that it just exists. Um, so I don't have moral judgment to impart because it just exists.
Sure.
It's like if I were to like morally judge cancer, kind of. It's like, well, what's the point?
Sure,
Like it
sure,
just
sure, sure, sure.
exists. Um, it sucks that you're going through that, and it's awful. Because like, oh man, I wouldn't wish gender dysphoria on my worst enemy. But that sounds like a terrible experience to have.
Mm,
But if it exists, it exists. We just have to we just have to know how to respond to that, and I believe that you have to respond to that in the way that is best conducive to tradition. And I just disagree with the right wing idea of that, which is what like I would consider my like the vibes wise, I consider myself centrist.
mm,
Like base progressive conservatism is centrist to me.
mm-hmm.
If you were to draw a vibe out of it. And that's how it kind of has played out. If there was a progressive conservative government in Canada, they govern in pretty like they do some right wing shit, some left wing shit, and pisses everybody off, but also makes everybody happy, depending on what it is. And that's kind of how I am, just by happenstance.
Sure.
Progressive conservatism is just how I try to articulate that. And yeah, that the right wing conclusion, I'm more in line with like David Cameron, where like, yeah, he legalized gay marriage, but he didn't legalize gay marriage because of like for like progressive reasons.
Sure.
Like he said explicitly, like, I don't support gay marriage in spite of being a conservative. I support gay marriage because I am conservative. I think this institution itself is good. This isn't just like I'm not doing this because like I just want everybody to be happy and enjoy their rights and whatever.
Yeah, you have
Like
like you're like playing 4D chess with the population in some ways. Like it's
in a way,
interesting. Like so like do you yeah, I can't. It's obviously like I think people should just live how they want, generally speaking, and that means
Mhm.
like whether you have kids or not, or someone like. Do you think like like who the breadwinner is should be gendered? Like, do you when you say traditional relationships, does that also coincide with like a stay at home mom or a stay at home parent or like whatever? What does that look like?
Oh, for sure, yeah. Well, a stay-at-home parent is just inevitable. Um, so and it makes the most sense to me. I'm not even from a religious perspective, just pragmatically.
Sure.
Like the stay-at-home parents, very likely what's gonna work for most people is that it's a stay-at-home mom. She's a stay-at-home mom because that's the person who's gonna be having the child. So you're probably going to have to work something around that, and because of that inevitability, like, yeah, the guy is probably going to have to be the. Now if there are situations where you're able to raise a child healthily in a healthy home and all that stuff that aren't like that,
Sure.
okay, whatever, that's fine too if that works. I just don't think that's most people.
When you
um
say most people, are
like
you imagining like
I am not sorry.
billions of people? When you say most people, are you imagining like 7 billion people, 6 billion people, 4 million? Like, who are you
Well,
imagining?
I'm thinking within the scope of, like, the society that I operate in. So I'm not
Okay.
thinking of all
Globally.
7 billion on Earth. I mean, these are I mean, raising a family and is a natural extension of participating in community.
Sure, sure, sure.
We've been doing this for the entirety of human existence,
Do you believe
having
in
kids
people
and
who aren't
raising
meant
them.
to be parents? Like, do you believe like some people just are like not suited to be parents, but they're suited to be partners?
I not suited to be parents, but suited to be partners.
Like, you ever meet somebody that are like, you were not supposed to be a parent, dude. You just did it. Like, you were not a good parent, but like, you would
I've
never have
met
been a good parent. But you
I've
make a
met
good
parents
partner.
who I've met bad parents, but I wouldn't tell people to, like, I would want that. What I would encourage is to be a better parent. I wouldn't say, like, "Nah,
But you know how it's
you
like a
should never have
calling?
been a parent."
It's like a
That seems very
calling. Well, it's not about making the judgment. It's about saying, like, because people feel really obligated to be parents when they have no desire to be parents. And I'm saying,
mhm.
you're not meant to be a parent. Don't become one, dude. Be a parent if you have the love of being a parent. Like, you're like, this is going to fulfill me. Like, I know my parents wanted to be parents, they
Um,
love us unconditionally,
I
you
don't
know?
think parents parenting is about you. I think it's about your kids.
That's outrageous. Come on. That's, come on.
I believe that. I think
How do
it's
you mean
about
it's
your
just
kids.
about your kids? That is what you said earlier you didn't want, which is a transaction. That's a transaction, right?
I don't think that's a transaction. I
The
think that's giving unconditional love to your children and
unconditional
fulfilling an
love.
obligation.
My parents unconditionally love us, and being a
It's
parent was
awesome.
about fulfilling their goals and fulfillment as a human, their meaning.
Oh, okay.
And
I
yeah.
think I'm misunderstanding
Okay, go
you.
ahead, go ahead, go
So
ahead.
so I agree that having children should be something you want to do, and
Okay.
it should be fulfilling. I
Okay.
agree. I'm not saying that you should hate have raising kids.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not what I'm
That's
saying.
okay, okay, okay.
I'm saying, but what I am saying is that when you have children, like, your children matter
Oh, like a
matter
priority
more than you do.
system. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes,
So I always say your
that's what I'm
children.
saying.
Yeah, I always say your children have to be a priority, but not at the expense of yourself. So what my parents raised us believing, and everyone agrees with this, is like God first, your mom second, you third. And the idea being like we have to sustain this marriage to be good enough parents to raise good enough kids. And I actually really love that because my parents raised us in a bubble where it made sense. Like left my family and clung to my partner, and him and I have our own family, and that family is our focus. Like, we are the team, and everyone
Mhm,
else comes second to our marriage, but also not at the expense of my relationship with my family, right? So it's like
mhm.
that kind of balance. Like my
Do you
parents,
have kids?
no, we've decided not to have children.
How come?
So I've always wanted babies. I grew up third oldest of 10 kids. I nannied my whole life professionally before I did YouTube. I always wanted
Right.
6 kids. I'm Auntie Brittany. All my nieces and nephews love me. And last year, I went through a medical problem and got diagnosed with fibromyalgia. And
Okay.
I lost my desire to be a mother, and it has not come back. So I gave
Okay.
myself some time, and it hasn't come back. So I've reached that age where I don't want to produce children. My mom had kids into her like at 40. So, and I was there for it. So, like, I'm all about kids, people having babies older. Just for myself, yeah, I lost the desire to be a mom and it hasn't come back. So we've decided not to have children.
'Cause of your health issues?
Well, I think it's more like because the desire to be a mother didn't come back.
Okay.
Like, I really wanted it my whole life. Like, even as a child, I'd walk by maternity stores and be like, I'm going to be a mom one day. And I was there for my youngest brother's birth. I love babies. I love everything about being a parent. It hasn't come back. And I just don't think it's going to come back. So I've accepted that I've changed. And then that's okay too. I just don't want to be an older parent. And I'm getting older. So I'm not going to
Okay.
wait very long to see what happens. But yeah, my partner's
Okay.
okay with it. And we made that decision. Now, he knew that on our first date going in. I told him because he met me during my diagnosis process. And I told
Mm,
him, hey, like I'm going through a diagnosis. I lost my desire to be a mom. So it might come back, it might not, but I need somebody who's open to having kids or not having kids. And he was
okay.
like that perfect partner. Yeah. So we've made the decision as a team not to pursue raising children,
Okay. Well,
biological children. We are technically always open to adoption.
yeah. That yeah, that's unfortunate. That sucks. That
Yeah.
fibromyalgia and that coinciding with that, you know,
Yeah.
I hope it does come back. Like I definitely hope it comes back. Um, because that's really unfortunate that that illness
To
would
be
have
honest with
like
you, I
coincided with that.
I really went through a mourning process. I even called my friend who's a priest and I said, "Hey, I'm really fucked up over not being a mom. I don't know what's going on." And he helped me through that process and I mourned it and I feel pretty good about it now. Like now it doesn't feel sad. Now it feels right. Like it feels like a good
You've accepted
decision.
it,
I
right?
fully accepted it. Like
Okay.
it feels great now. So we're going through the process right now of seeking like not being able to have kids because I don't want to I have birth control and I really hate it. So I'd really like to get that out of my body.
Mm,
It's a good one, but I still don't want it in my arm. So I'm
mm.
excited to get that removed, but I just don't want to risk pregnancy either. So, we're obviously going towards medical permanent, you know, choices here. So I hope it doesn't come
Medical per
back because that'd be weird. But if it came back, I would just adopt.
Yeah, okay. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
we're
good. Yeah.
super open to
The
adoption.
the adoption thing, like, yeah, the adoption thing sounds like if that comes back, which I really hope it does, because that would be a phenomenal adventure in and of itself.
Sure.
That yeah, go with the adoption.
Yeah,
If
yeah, yeah. We grew
yeah,
up super pro adoption. Like both our families are very pro adoption. Both our families are supportive. Obviously, my
that's
family
good.
hopes we have babies. They're pro life,
Mm.
but
Oh,
they
of
also
course.
understand that like I've made the decision probably not to have. I mean, to not have biological babies. But until the
Mm.
surgery is finished, I mean, who knows? But that's obviously the goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I understand that perspective though of like thinking that having a child is necessary. I mean, I really do think it's a beautiful like oh my gosh, my brother just sent me a video of my youngest nephew and he's just the cutest. He's so
Mm.
cute. I want to die. He's so cute. And I'm just watching him do like spin. He just learned how to walk and I'm like, I can't believe I'm missing this boy's life. And I was like, you better show him my face so he knows who I am. And like, it's so beautiful. I remember when I first held my niece, I like burst into tears because like, oh my gosh, like it's so precious. My mom's one of 17. My dad's one of 9. Like we we like kids and we have a lot of kids. So it is beautiful. But I also think
Mm.
it's got to be right. And I think you got to do it for the right reasons. And I think to
Yeah, yeah,
be you have to have a love for those children. And like you said,
of
in a
course.
way that is like my dad always says, like, I love you more than I love the world. Like I would do anything for you. And I believe him. Like my parents have proven that time and time again,
Mm.
regardless of our political disagreements, that they do love their kids unconditionally. It's a
Yes.
very powerful experience.
No, yeah, for sure. And yeah, I just wish you the best of
Thank
I
you.
yeah, I hope that that comes back around. Like I hope that you feel that again.
Mm.
Like I can't make you feel that,
I
if
can't
I
do
could
anything either. It either is or isn't,
whoosh.
right?
Yeah. But I'll riff off of something
Yeah.
going back to a more general topic. Like with having kids, I don't view it as like an individual choice.
Mm.
I don't view it like I don't when I say like you should have kids, it's like a it's sort of like I think this is necessary for society to function.
Oh, I
Sort
see.
of thing. Like, that's what I meant when I said
Oh,
I mean,
interesting.
I think having children is still good, even
Sure.
if there isn't much of an outcome from it, because life is precious and stuff
Why
like
do
that,
you care
but
about society in
why
that
do I
way?
care
Like
about
in that
society?
like I don't care if all humans died because eventually, like, especially if you grew up religious, like the end of the world is going to happen. I don't know why religious people are so focused on keeping the world going when God predicted its destruction. Like should
We don't know,
but
right?
like
And if the world's gonna be destroyed, I mean, I wouldn't want people to suffer needlessly until then. I mean, if there are no people on the if people stop having kids, you're gonna have a situation where you haven't well, we're already having that situation actually
sure,
because
sure, sure.
birth rates are crazy, Western world. And in the non-Western world. actually worse in some ways than non-Western. Like Japan is not doing good with the
Sure.
kid thing.
Sure. Italy's struggling, the world's struggling. Sure.
Yeah, like the issue is it's very easy at our age to say, well, whatever. I mean, if we're voluntarily deciding to stop doing this, it's like no one's going to get hurt by it. But what we're missing from that is that we are not old. We're not elderly. We are not. I mean, you obviously need healthcare and stuff with
Sure.
your condition and stuff. I have chronic pain issues in my face. I actually don't know what the source of them is. I've been trying to find out what it is for years. I'm able to cope with it in ways, but it's tough. And if you don't have people on the planet, from an economic perspective,
Sure.
I don't know how into economics you are, but economically, it's unsustainable. You're going to have labor shortages like crazy
Sure.
in essential areas like healthcare, construction, which you need to build homes and infrastructure, things like that. And the less people you are, the greater you're going to experience issues that are typically associated with labor shortages. So if there are labor shortages, wait times for healthcare are longer. That kills people sometimes. In my country, we're having huge issues with wait times with healthcare right now for a lot of different reasons. And I find that like at our age where not that we don't think about these things, because you and I have our own unique health issues, but that is like, it's far more the case when you're old. You're a far more vulnerable person when you're old, when it comes to your health issues.
Sure.
And when it comes to kinds of housing that you need. And if you don't have, and like, you need somebody to take care of you. And if you don't have somebody to take care of you, you're kind of screwed in a lot of ways. If you don't have the money to afford, because I mean, you could have a live-in nurse or something. That's very expensive.
Very expensive. Very expensive. Well, obviously,
and it's also not a personal relationship, really. It's a business relationship.
Oh yeah, like we live in Europe now, and I talk to my husband about this all the time because he comes from a smaller family than I do, and I said, hey, like if you die and all your family dies, and I'm left in Europe alone at 90 with Alzheimer's, like, what are we gonna do about that? Like, what are we gonna do about that? Because I don't speak the language here. It's like I don't know if I'm ever gonna learn it. It's pretty hard. I don't know. And so my family and I already have we have plans, but my mom also gave me 9 siblings, so like I have accessibility to all these people, and all these, like, all my nieces and nephews will know me. All of them will know who I am. So we're already coming up with plans for that, like, buying in America, maybe having a place in Europe, like talking about realistically, what are we going to do, right? Because I'm a YouTuber. That's what I do, right? So we've talked about this, but when the world, I mean, I would pray that the world would adapt, right? Like the world would say, okay, we're shrinking. We can give more resources to more people, but like we have to use them wisely. And then we have to be thoughtful about those things. I mean, I would wish that society would start to plan for those things in a much more efficient manner rather than relying on kids to be born.
Well, yeah, but you can't. Yeah, but you need people to do the labor.
I understand that.
That's the issue.
Well, I think the issue is also like
you need people to do everything.
Yes, I'm aware, but it's not like we always started off with this number of people. There once was less people.
Oh yeah, but there once was less people when we had less technology and less things that we had to maintain a standard of living.
But I'm saying we could change the way I'm saying we're living history. The world will change. Like whether or not we like it, we are just another group of the population that will never be remembered in living history, right? So like we can make decisions, but whatever the decision is we make, the hardship won't be avoidable. Like suffering is a part of life. You just got to suffer wisely. So I would recommend, if we're not going to have children, to learn how to suffer wisely with those changes instead of fearing the outcome of like not producing children.
Well,
and no, also, I'm sorry.
The way that because suffering is inevitable.
Yeah.
Go on.
But I would just like to say, like, obviously people would be having more kids too if we had a sustainable economy and we had livable homes and we had like food and water. Like, obviously people are suffering with, like, most of the people I know who aren't having kids are not having kids because they don't want them. They just can't even afford rent, and you want them to like have children. So it's kind of like, I think if the world wanted more kids, it would build a world that could sustain those children.
Well, yeah, I agree.
Or should.
Well, this is funny. I do IRL politics, and it's all about housing.
Yeah.
I know a good chunk about rent and situations like that. I run a volunteer group in my city, we fight NIMBYism all the time,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm well aware of the draconian restrictions on homes and that very, very, I would say, downwardly mobile, anti-life boomers are making having children harder for people, and I'm totally in favor of making that easier.
Sure, me too.
Yeah, because that's awful. Just it's a very very freakish philosophy, anti-life, anti-social, downwardly mobile philosophy
Mm,
of we're going to make basic needs illegal.
yeah,
You can't have them because we don't like the look of it, and they don't care what the outcomes are, even if it means that there are less people having kids, which means which means labor shortages are
sure.
worse and worse and worse as they get older. Less people will be there to take care of them and care for them, and they will be at a point that they're at now in my country where NIMBYism is way worse than it is in the U.S., where
Interesting.
they will be having they will have year-long wait times for brain surgery and then die, and it's like
Mm,
that's awful. That should have never happened, and these kinds of ideas lead to situations like that happening. But they lead to situations like that happening because you've discouraged people from having kids,
for sure.
because you need to have people there to
Mm-hmm.
do the work. And if you don't have people to do the work, that's what happens.
Yeah.
And I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, especially coming from a culture that takes care of its elderly, like I'm thinking about my in-laws. Go ahead.
Yeah, to be clear, like I understand that you have health issues. I don't want this to seem like I am trying to make you have kids
For sure.
because you have health issues.
No, 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 no.
I don't know anything about these health issues.
Sure, sure,
I
sure,
don't know what
sure.
that feels
I mean,
like. I don't know. I don't
yeah.
understand it. I just don't want you to feel like I'm telling you
No,
as an
no, no.
individual to have kids. I'm trying to put forward the idea that like society needs people
Sure,
and
sure,
that
sure.
people.
No, no, I'm following you. Thank you for clarifying. I'm
Yeah,
following. And
okay.
also plenty of people have kids with fibro. I just don't want to. So
Mhm.
like, I just don't want to deal with it. I'm already in pain as it is. But like, yeah, I think I would like to see a world where people who genuinely want to have children are able to sustain those lifestyles and provide for those kids and give them good education and send them to nice schools and have them being raised in safe neighborhoods. Like obviously in an ideal world, we would have medical care for people and we would move society forward. I would love to see the world explode with people if we could sustain the lives of those people. But I feel like people are
I don't
making
think it's idealistic. I think it's a couple little tweaks to how things are right now.
sure.
And I don't think it's that idealistic. I think most people are opting out of kids, are opting out of kids. First of all, there have been materially worse circumstances in the past for people, and more people still had kids. I think there's a culture right now that values immediate material comfort over having kids. Now, there's an upside to this.
Mhm.
Going to bring in some evolutionary talk, right? It is
Mm.
evolutionarily advantageous to have children. That means that the people who are going to have children are there's going to be an uptick again. I don't
For sure.
think that the birth rates dropping are going to lead to the extinction of humanity. I don't think that's going to happen. I do think it's going to hurt in the short term, though, for
Yes.
all the reasons I just said, and that's my concern.
I mean, I think we go in waves. So I think there's going to be another baby boom. And whoever it's going to be, whichever generation it's going to be, it's not going to be the millennials. We're done. It's probably not going to be Gen Z, but it might be Gen Alpha, right? Maybe Gen Alpha is the one that has the baby boom again,
Maybe.
right? Like, who knows? But it's also dependent on, it's funny you said that because I always ask my parents, I'm like, why were y'all's mom and dad having babies in Iraq under like a tyranny with a war happening? Like, why were you all fucking and having kids, bro? And they're like, what else are we gonna do? And I was like, damn, like they just out here producing child after child in a war
Mhm.
zone. They don't even know if they're gonna like
Mhm.
live today. And I'm just like, it's kind of amazing, but we also live in a very different structural world where like I don't have religion, I don't have an obligation in that sense. I don't feel a need to do that. But also, I don't want to stop people from having babies. I feel like having a
Mhm.
baby is a great thing as long as you understand the responsibility and you care and love for that child like you said and make it a priority. Then I think I would like to see a world that, I loved growing up in the suburb or in the country. I lived in both where like kids were around and people were on bicycles and like you heard kids like You know the sound of like kids just playing in a neighborhood? It's
Yes.
like one of my favorite sounds. And I have
Right.
when I have neighbors who are like, "Ugh, the kids are outside." I'm like, "Bro, you're such a negative Nancy. Just let the kids live
Yeah,
their life,
right?
bro." That's
That's
my
who goes to the
favorite.
that's who goes to the city council and makes housing
Oh,
illegal.
how
It's those people.
annoying.
It's very annoying. Yeah, I feel very strongly about that. That is, to me, that is the biggest political issue of the time, is
Mm.
that there are a small minority of angry, bitter, lonely people that hate humanity.
Yeah, yeah,
They
yeah.
they disdain the idea of human life.
Sure.
They are wholly self-interested,
Yeah, yeah.
but then they collectivize
Oof.
around the self-interest, which is it's like a paradox, right?
Yeah.
Collectivizing around self-interest, and then they go to the city, and they go to this very technocratic cities. Our cities are technocratic. Nobody votes in these people. They have a voter turnout of
Mm.
like 30%. Some places it's even like 10%. It's not democratic. It's just
Interesting.
not democratic in outcome. It's not like in your language, or no, wait, you're in Europe, actually. You're not in America. I don't know how it works in Europe, but like federal and provincial politics in Canada, you got like 60, 70% turnout. It's like, okay, this is like a plurality. This is democratic. This is a democratic outcome.
Mhm.
But it's not like that with city governments. Even though, the same people are eligible to vote, they're not voting in city elections because city elections are technocratic by design. So the only people who are interested are the people who want to take advantage of it. So the people who are voting are these like lonely, fucking angry people.
Yeah.
These Malthusians. It is Malthusian. In my city, it's Malthusian. They're all like these old, like hippie types. They were like people who were like they were listening to the Beatles when it was controversial to listen to the Beatles,
Yeah.
and they were like, they're like, they are like, man, fucking planet's burning, man. And they're like that, and they're like, man, there's too many fucking people on the planet. They're consuming so much CO2, man.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
like,
yeah.
and it's they have this anti-life ideology. They don't want more people in. They don't want more people to. There's like a right-wing variant of it where they're really against immigrants coming in
Sure.
because that contributes to the housing demand and makes
Sure.
things more expensive. But then they're also against people having kids too. Their domestic population.
That's so
So
funny.
they're not coming. So they're not like, yeah. They just don't like human beings.
Yeah.
They want to be comfortable in their own little bubbles,
Yeah, yeah,
and they
yeah.
don't want anybody else around them. Get out of my backyard. But they're not. But nobody's in their backyard. That's the fucking problem.
That's
You have your
hilarious.
property. You've decided that their property is your, and you want, and this is going back to, this is the virtue we've lost: humility. What happened to humility?
Yeah,
We
yeah.
have this whole state apparatus that is based on the idea that my way of life, a way of life that is not protecting anybody's rights at all, must come in and must tell you where to live. We have imposed blockades, like
Mm.
legal blockades, on people's basic needs because of these kinds of people. It's awful. It's totally antithetical to property rights and bodily autonomy, all these classically liberal ideas. I don't consider myself a classical liberal, but
Sure.
these are good classical liberal ideas that are good, and they have usurped this. They have found a way to destroy this, and nobody knows about it because it's so technocratic, and it's alienating, and it's anti-human by design.
It's so funny. I was recently
Nobody else
on
of these people.
I was on the baby side of TikTok, like parenting side of TikTok, because I love parenting conversations. It's so interesting to me. And it was a dad trying to explain, like, why is there so much animosity between the people
Mhm.
who choose not to have kids and the people who choose to have kids? Like, why is everyone so personally offended by it? And it's because they're being incredibly cruel to one another. Like the people who are in this is specifically a specific bubble. So this isn't everybody, right? But there's a category
Mhm.
of people who are having children who are like, if you don't have babies, you're the most selfish, like worst person I've ever heard of. And then there's the other people that are like, I can't believe you had babies. And like, oh, I'm so glad I don't have babies. Gross. Like, oh, gross. I
Mhm.
can't believe your life is about babies. And it's like, Jesus, both of you are so unhappy with your choices. Just like let people have babies or let people not have babies, but ultimately, like the happy single or childless people are not ragging on people for having babies, and the happy baby having people aren't ragging on people for not having babies. Like
Yeah,
you know,
people are
unless you're
normal about this
say
for
that
the most
again.
part. Yeah, people are normal about this for the most part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Well,
Um,
and I understand your perspective from a societal one, but like my brother, it's not like my siblings and I are yelling at each other about our choices in terms of kids or not. We're just like, hey, whatever makes sense for your life, but we hope you get whatever. Like, obviously, my pro-life side of the siblings hope I have a baby, and the pro-choice side of the family is just hopes that whatever we choose makes sense for us, right? And
well,
it's
that's
hard.
how I am. That's
Mm-hmm.
how I am.
Yeah,
I don't think you're a bad person for not having a I
sure,
just I just hope that that feeling that you had comes back because it sounds like such a positive feeling. It sounds like there's so much potential to do good with that,
for
to
sure.
do like more good than you're already doing.
Yeah.
And there's just so much there that is just waiting for you,
Yeah, I
right?
mean, don't get me wrong. I think we would be incredibly excellent parents. And I think we talk about that frequently, how we would be great parents. But also, we're not closed off to being parents. We're just closed. I'm closed off to the biological perspective, just in terms of the hardship on my body. But I'm not opposed to adoption later on. I'm not opposed to
Yeah.
any of those things. And I
Yeah.
think that's really important for us. Who knows? Maybe we'll be 60-year-old millionaires who adopt like 17 teenagers and take them out of the system and like, end up like
You make
changing their
that much
lives.
money?
No, not yet.
Not yet. You'll
Not
get there.
yet. So who knows what our life might look like. But it could, I think about that too. Like maybe I'll foster, maybe I'll do this because ultimately it's about participating in a way that makes sense according to your values. And I do value raising children with love, and I do value raising children with structure. And we see with the data that children raised in the system are X amount of times more likely to end up in prison or not a
Yes.
part of so it's like, well, maybe
Adopting
yeah, or
is
like
yeah.
at least fostering or at least participating if possible. If possible. Again, I don't even want to force this on people, but it's an option we're constantly talking about as adults, as
Oh, it's a great
partners.
option.
Yeah, I think so.
It's an option that's nothing but good. Like
Mm.
there is no way unless like the
Well, unless you're a
likelihood
horrible
that you
person.
are well, yeah, but that's an outlier.
Sure, sure,
Like
sure.
kids are overwhelmingly better off even in a flawed home. In a
Then
home
in the
that's even
system. It's
than in the
true.
system.
It's
Even
true.
this is like I know a lot of people who have very draconian positions on parents, who want to like expand these ideas of like what constitutes child abuse and stuff like
Mm.
that, where the state can take away your kids easier. If like something I hear a lot is like if you don't feed your kids healthy, like if your kid is fat, you know, if you feed your kids in a way where the kid is fat, just because I don't know, you don't know better or whatever,
Sure.
that like, oh, that should be considered child endangerment and the state should take them away. And I'm thinking like you like
Just
it's that
teach the
Thomas
parents nutrition, bro.
well, yeah, it's like it's the Thomas
Mm.
Sowell question again. It's like, what's the alternative? Like, you
Yeah.
think this kid's better off in the state?
Where
Like,
they're definitely going to molest them and not feed them good. Like, I don't even want to have
yeah,
those
you think
conversations. Like, sexual abuse in
like
the system is insane.
yes, it's this idealism that
Mm-mm-mm.
I try to be a very pragmatic person. I try
Sure.
not to think idealistically. I mean, I am an idealist by nature, but but when I'm trying to prescribe things and I'm trying to do things, I'm trying to be like, what actually makes sense? What's the
Yeah.
alternative?
Yeah.
Like, it's so much easier to navigate in life when you realize that you cannot be optimally good all the time. You
Yeah.
just have to navigate between different what's the word? What's the word? It's on the tip of my tongue. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. It's about trade-offs. That's it.
Mm-mm-mm.
Life is about
Like
trade-offs.
picking your battles.
You are picking your poison most of the time.
Yeah.
And once you just accept that, it's like, okay. Because like people that's because people are worried that like, oh well now I don't look like a good person. It's like, well, no,
Sure.
like you're being realistic. You understand that things are just inevitably bad sometimes.
Mm.
And you gotta accept it and confront
Yeah.
it
Well, I
when
think
it
it's
happens.
this attachment to like image over substance, which I think is very common. Humans get embarrassed. They want to project an image. They don't want to adhere to like the consequences of sort of like, the problem is, and I think I find this in my work, especially in philosophy work, which is to say like, I am categorizing you without judgment. Like, hey, to be a better parent when it comes to nutrition, we have to acknowledge first that we're not at our peak, but that's okay. Who is? So we have to learn how to be better about it. Like, I used to grow up judging people for what food they put in their cart. And I was like, hey, I gotta like realize that people don't know, but also maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't even understand nutrition. It's like this idea of like a hierarchy of like, oh, look at those parents who feed their kid frozen food. But it's like, well, let's look at the nutrition value and let's look at what things mean. I grew up in a home that like cooked everything, and we cook everything now. But also, girls
Yeah.
sometimes I want a frozen pizza. Okay, everybody relax. It's like 2.99 euro. Sometimes it's tempting, it's like 1,000 calories, but like sometimes you're just in the mood. So it's one of those conversations about why are we having a epidemic of obesity in children? Like, why are we having these problems? And it certainly isn't because people are trying to torture their children.
Of
It's
course not.
it's so many levels of just so much. There's so much nuance here, and so I think I'm much more of a compassionate. Like, learning compassion means to suffer with. It's like the epitome of empathy to say embody this parent's like lifestyle, get into their shoes, imagining that this is your life and this is the only thing you know. The best thing you can do is feed your kids no matter what it is. And so the moralizing of the food is forgetting
Mm.
that what we should be concerned about is that parents don't know better. And this idea of like, well,
Yeah.
you should know better is like beautiful. Well, like, if only
Well,
we all knew better,
my issue is it's there's a pridefulness to it
Sure.
where they're assuming that like they do know better.
Yes.
And maybe you do, but why would you assume that you know better so strongly that you would have the government take someone's child away
For sure.
because of that?
Yeah.
This is what I mean. Like this ties into the NIMBY thing I mentioned. All this like devolution of humility in society where nobody just sits and thinks, am I wrong? And it's because I cannot imagine thinking like, I cannot imagine being so confident in that I'm like, I'm going to do this by force. If I'm going to have the government do something by force, it has
Right.
to be like you have because I believe people are endowed with natural rights. I believe that by virtue that you have free will, you have natural rights given to you by God, and these rights are something that the government should protect, and that's going to involve force to some degree. You know, like by virtue that you have a will, you can act as an individual agent. So that to me incurs individual rights. That incurs property rights. That incurs free speech. That incurs, you know, as the Bible says, neither Jew nor slave nor Gentile. There's a right to equality before the law as a consequence of that. And that to me, it's like, okay, I have this very high bar because by protecting all that kind of that degree of free choice in society, you have to have a sense of humility when you approach government. That's why I don't like authoritarian governments, because authoritarian governments are governments without humility. They're
Sure.
governments that say, I am God. I
Yeah.
know what to do. I know what your path is. Society is not going to be open and it's not going to be free. You are going to do what I say, or I'm going to throw you in prison. And for me, and like anybody can be like that. I can be like that. Sometimes I get thoughts where I gravitate towards positions like that.
Sure.
But I try to like catch myself. I'm trying to be like, maybe that's not the best.
Well, I think the question you should ask yourself is in which way am I wrong?
Yeah.
Because again, like just data, if you're like a super, intellectual, blah, 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 just the data is you will be wrong. You cannot be always right. It's literally impossible. I've never seen such a human. I don't know any human has ever been documented. And so it's kind of an interesting idea to think you could be the one human who's like, I know. I have the best answers. Always. No, I always say, I grew up like medium dysfunctional, it's kind of the word. Like, you wouldn't call CPS on us, that'd be crazy. But also I have borderline, so like something went wrong, so the joke is like, I a medium dysfunction where like I still call my parents every day and we still like, love each other a lot, but also I have shit I got to deal with now because of the way I was raised, but also like, and I think realizing that most people are probably medium dysfunctional and rarely are they like super, super, oh my gosh, like call CPS right the fuck now. And then at the same time, a lot of us, are rarely raised in these like perfect homes where like we have nothing, going on. So it's kind of like realizing that most of the world's probably somewhere in the middle, maybe. That's such a generalization. I could never know, right? I have no data for that. But my intuition tells me that most of the world has just enough struggle. And maybe this is a religious narrative. I think we all have exactly the amount of struggle and suffering that we can handle. And I do think like the
Hmm.
universe bestows that upon us, or like God or whoever gives us what we can handle to whatever extent that looks like. And I think that realizing that is kind of amazing. Like people would say, because
Oh yeah.
my parents raised me like corporal punishment and all these other things, and like
Mm.
we're pretty strict compared to other kids in the neighborhood. I was homeschooled till I
Yeah.
was like 15, and so there were
Mm.
definitely some elements of that. But I think what they also raised me with was like a deep, secure sense of self. Like I have such a deep sense of self, and I think that that's ironic with the borderline, since they say that borderline people don't have a strong sense of self, which is, I would argue, only in relation to people. And that was always my problem, is like, who am I in relation to people? And I think that that is a much more nuanced and much
Mm.
harder answer when you're not even like sure if you can be yourself. So that's the gay element growing up, right? Like, how do I already
Okay.
decided to kill myself when I was like 8 years old because I was like, I need to die. Like, how do gay people live in this world? Like, there's not a space for me. I should kill myself. It's very logical, right? Very reasonable. Like, I did the math. And then, as you go through life, you realize, okay, that's not necessary. In those circumstances, other adults knew I was suffering and they were there for me, but none of them called CPS because they knew realistically it would be better for me to be gay and struggling in this house and coming to them for some outlet than to go into a system that certainly wasn't going to validate my homosexuality, but more than that, didn't love me. Like my parents literally unconditionally loved me. Talk about a mind
Mhm.
fuck of being unconditionally loved, but they are religious, and I think they should adhere to that religion. So ironically, I think growing up you learn that
Why is
people,
that a sorry to cut you off. Why is that a mind fuck? Why is that a like them being religious and then unconditionally love? Why is that a mind fuck?
but they can't accept your gayness to the point where they have to reinforce their beliefs, to the point where they can't come to your wedding, they can't participate in your life in the full way. They have to, it's about growing up and accepting like people are different than you, even your own parents. Like
Yeah.
I can live in that world because I had parents who love me unconditionally who also live in a different world. Like don't get me wrong, like we have the basic conversations that any progressive or conservative parent would have with their child who's progressive, right? Oh, you
Mm.
believe in 20 genders and you believe in all these things. And I'm like, uh-huh. And you believe in God and you believe in Satan. And then here we are,
You believe in
disagreeing.
20 genders? Is that
I,
true?
I think gender is a spiritual relationship with the consciousness. So I think I think gender is fluid. Like I consider myself gender fluid for sure. And like I have that relationship with gender. I just don't think it
Okay.
matters. It's like an internal processing. It's like your God doesn't matter outside of your own relationship with him. You just make people think it matters. Like I don't want my gender or relationship with gender to be other people's responsibility, but I also don't want to be responsible for your religion. And I think that that's where we have to like come to, is like you can be religious but you can't put it on other people, bro, and I can be gender fluid but I can't put it on other people. And I think people aren't ready for that because I do think there's a
Okay.
narrative in people's minds where they do think they have the objective understanding of the world, which I don't think anyone has. And because they think they have that objective understanding, they have a right to like persecute people because of it.
Well, I don't think it's devoid of humility to think you have an objective understanding of the world. I think the humility just comes in with just make sure that you recognize that this is a belief that you have and you could be wrong.
Mm,
And if you are wrong, you need to accept that you are wrong. And but I don't think there's a specific belief that denotes a lack of humility for that belief. I want to go back to something else you said though,
sure.
because you said a lot of stuff, so many things. And there was a one thing that I think way more interesting to focus on. The most interesting thing, well, you said something at the beginning about how suffering is something that happens and it's inevitable. You got to accept your own slice of it, and I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is what gives life meaning, like foundationally, like just descriptively. If there was no suffering, that would in and of itself be a form of suffering.
Mm,
This is funny. This is actually a criticism of Christianity from Friedrich Nietzsche
mm,
in Twilight of the Idols, the book Twilight of the Idols. He said his issue with heaven is the idea that a place where there is no suffering is a good place, because suffering in the within within your corporeal flesh, suffering is like the mechanism in which it's like, okay, this is telling me, this is informing me on what everything I value is. So whatever's making me suffer in and of itself, like not suffering to come something, in the short term, but just like whatever is just like, this is the thing that says you need to suffer for the sake of suffering. That is the thing that is wrong. And if I am going to suffer, I need to suffer in a manner that is, that which is the opposite of this. Like I have a way that I conceptualize. There's a lot of different views of hell, a lot of competing views of what hell is. My idea of hell is that hell is a eternally conscious state where that suffering that you recognize is the thing is maximized to its fullest extent. That is hell. The closer you are to that, the closer you are to hell. And when you die and God judges you, and if you are in this, if you are denying God and you are in that state, you'll know if you're in that state. And I believe that when you do die, God will reveal himself to you. You will know, like you will consciously know. If you are feeling that, you will know. And I think that an all-loving God will accept you back. But I think that hell will, but I think that you're not fully there, right? Once you're in hell. Hell is eternal. If hell is eternal, it's eternal because you want to be there. That's how I view it. And if you don't want to be there, God will accept that out of you. He will accept that. He will reveal himself to you in the way that is best suited in your life. And I pray that everybody follows there. There's an idea called divine hiddenness, which challenges this. I'm sure you've heard of it. But I've pondered over that idea for a long time. That idea, I think, strongest case against it. Like, are there non-resistant non-believers, people who are fully willing to come to God right now? They want God to exist, but he just doesn't. He just doesn't reach them. And I think it's very rare to feel that. Sure. I think that's far more uncommon of an experience. And I think a lot of people with that position will speak as though it is far more common than it is. They think it's them, but I don't think it's them. I think that in most instances of that, they are overestimating their own rationality, their own rational faculties.
I could see that.
And their own, yeah, they have, yeah. It's sort of an overconfidence and too much pride in their own thinking. And I'm not saying I'm exempt from that. I have issues with that too. Everybody does. No judgment. But I think that like when their time comes, their time will come. Like they'll know it when it happens. A lot of people who are saying this stuff are pretty young. Like some of them are older, but they're like 50. 50 sure. Isn't old, you know. That's like the oldest person I've heard with this position.
Yeah.
So
well, it's funny.
I mean,
go ahead, please.
No, that's it.
The idea of hell is so fascinating. My mom would say to me, because my mom, I've read thousands of books. My mom has read thousands of books, and a lot of them all about Catholic theology and like different, oh my gosh, like she is a never ending library of knowledge when it comes to Catholicism. And so my mom's like who I go to, and I'm like, yo. And she talks about how God won't send you to hell unless you really want to be there. And even though I don't believe in God, I really fundamentally believe that. I believe the God that I was raised knowing, the God that I thought I believed in until I was 19, that God will only send me to hell if I really want to go there.
Yeah, because there's this common idea among a lot of Christians where atheists like are going to hell by virtue that they're atheists.
Right.
And I think that comes from a semantic misunderstanding of the scriptures. So I think what's being communicated in the Bible, in the scriptures, is when they are saying that somebody who like has knowledge of God but rejects God anyway, that is the person that goes to hell. And I don't think that's the common atheist today. I think that was maybe a definition of atheism that's like more ancient, but maybe, I don't know. But the atheists today, that's not how they're describing their position. That's not the position that they're giving. The position they're giving is, I don't know if this is real, and because I don't know if it's real, I don't think I have a belief in it. So like
Mm,
whatever.
for
And I
sure.
think that's the common atheist today. And if that necessarily sends someone to hell for forever,
Hmm.
no salvation will be granted to you. Like are dogs going to burn in hell forever? Like
Yeah.
cuz they also like, you know what I
All
mean?
dogs go
Like
to
it just
heaven, according
doesn't.
to scripture.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. So like I never really bought that idea of hell.
Yeah.
I think it's a scripturally sound idea of hell to look at it the way I described it. You know, like hell is an eternal place.
Sure.
There is I believe that, you know, hell is eternal. It's just I don't think that you're going there just because you don't know if God exists. I
Right. For
think that
sure.
something will happen in your life. You will change your mind in this life or the next. You know, I believe in purgatory,
Yeah.
for example,
Sure.
though I know purgatory refers traditionally to people who believe in God but don't like do good works, kind of the flip. But yeah, like, but still, like, I believe there is like a conscious state when you die. If you are an atheist at the age of 90 or whatever,
Hmm.
and you die, like something will happen. You'll
Yeah.
know it. You'll go to it if you want it, if it's there, you
Sure.
know?
I mean, even
But
as a
if someone wants to suffer for all eternity, I don't know.
God,
Maybe some people want that.
I do. I do. I
Like,
really think, like, from a philosophy perspective, especially, I do believe that if you wanted to suffer for eternity, God would let you.
well,
You
that's
know?
well by definition, that's what hell
Yeah.
is, right?
I think I really agree with that narrative so much. And I think that
You don't
that's
want
kind
that
of
guy in heaven.
no, well, that's kind of my mom would say heaven is like praising God every day. And I was like, oh, for the love of God, I don't want to go there. She's like, if you don't want to go there, he will send you to hell. And I was like, girl, I trust him to send me where it makes sense. Like, I genuinely, I'm so exhausted at the idea of dying and having to even be aware that I exist. Like, I'm like, oh, for the love of God, please
Mm,
just let me nap, okay, for all eternity. But that's like
mm,
my solace is like, I just want to be quiet. I want silence. Like, I seek out silence. I give myself 45 minutes to an hour every day of just like pure silence. Shh, no noise, just like silence. Maybe the birds, because I'm usually out on the balcony. But this conversation has been amazing. But I am running out of spoons a bit, not because of you, but
sure.
I got a bit of a headache. I've been
It's
battling
okay.
it all week, so I'm just like, ugh, it's not going away.
No
So
worries.
I thought maybe we could wrap up, but slide into my DMs anytime to talk again because I think this was really lovely and my audience really liked it, it seems. But
Cool.
I am so excited for your journey. I'm excited to see how your first mass goes.
Thank you.
I'm excited. Have you been to a Latin mass yet? Or I guess not at
No.
all, right? No? Those
I
are
mean, I,
the
I mean,
best.
I mean, I would have when I was a baby.
Sure. Sure. Oh yeah, when you said you were baptized, did you mean in like a Catholic church baptized?
Yes.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
so because my so like my parents are secular, but
Sure.
I lived in Ontario at the time, and in Ontario they have what I mentioned earlier. They have really good Catholic schools, and my parents wanted me to be able to like have that as an option in Ontario. So
Hmm.
my grandparents on my mother's side were practicing Catholics, and so they had me baptized, and so they,
Cool.
you know, got me in there to be
That's kind of
baptized.
nice. That's kind of
Yeah, it's
nice,
awesome.
actually. Yeah, my family friend who's a priest, he met my partner, and he was like, check if he got baptized as a kid because Croatia is a Catholic national country, like it's a Catholic country, and
Yeah.
he wasn't, but his like because during I guess like World War II, I think like there was like a deviation between the Catholics and the blah, 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 blah. And so it's kind of interesting, but he wasn't baptized, so. It's kind of interesting. He grew up in a Catholic country, but doesn't know anything really about Catholicism. And here I come,
Mm.
like this little American that's like, oh, it's so interesting growing up in a Catholic country where like the grocery stores are sometimes closed for saint holidays. And I'm like, what is
Mm.
happening? Like
Yeah.
such a different little bubble. But anyways, with that said, I look forward to your first mass just like vicariously. I'm stoked for you. I hope you have a really great time. I have a lot of fond memories of mass, and so that I'm assuming it will be lovely. Yeah.
Oh, it would be.
Yeah,
Thank you.
any last minute thoughts?
Nah, I'm
Okay.
good.
Okay, Layman. Very nice speaking with you, and I hope to do it again soon.
Thank you. You have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. Great convo, bros. I do have a bit of a headache. It's a wee bit of a head. It's pinching right there. I have gotten over 9 hours of sleep every day for the last 6 days is okay. I swear, because I dream so vividly, I never really get good sleep. That's my theory. That's my theory. With that said, I'm going to go and take care of this headache. I don't know what's going on with that. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate it. I saw you guys chatting so much. I didn't read a lot of it, but I will go and catch up with it now. Treat yourselves well, and I'll see you this weekend on the Discord. Tomorrow we have Joseph Campbell. We're going to do a review and discussion about Baby Reindeer if you guys are interested over the next 2 days. And then I'll see you again Monday for stream. All right, guys. Talk to you soon. Talk to you soon. Good night. Good night.